I just talked to my daughter in Arizona, and she said it's 110 in Mesa.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're warning about electricity probably.
No, they haven't said anything.
Yeah.
But her dog that normally goes out and sunbathes didn't even leave the house today. She stayed in the air conditioning, so.
Smart dog.
Nocturnal.
Smarter than some of the people living on Mesa.
But he's got to live
I
somewhere.
remember
We're
the
just
fir-
lucky to live here.
Yeah, I remember the first time I ended up in Phoenix at the airport. It was a long time. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, good afternoon. The June 26, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, on account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here?
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Uri.
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, we have no speakers here. Do we have any remote speakers on the closed session items?
No, we don't have any participants or raised hands on Zoom.
All right, in that case, we will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We'll reconvene at 6:30 p.m. to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. We're in recess.
Very good. 1 minute.
Okay, we're ready. Account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti,
Here.
Councilmember Riggins,
Here.
Councilmember Stewart,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine,
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Steve, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Everybody stand, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Trevor, can we please have a closed session report?
Certainly. At 5:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session, then recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you for that, Trevor. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on June 15th, 2023, with the amended agenda posted on June 22nd, 2023.
Thank you so much. And with that, can we please have an approval of the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
A second.
Does anybody have any suggested changes or comments? Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine,
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to 2A. We'll now hear communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item. We'll first go with the in-person speakers, and our first speaker is Joe Drummond. After Joe will be Stacy Rouse and then Carl Randall.
Hi there. I'm just calling, I'm going to speak on, I'm going to pull a couple of items on the consent calendar, but this is about the antenna tower that's at SMC that I really hope that you will all bring this item back to the council or to Public Works or something, because I'd like to ask Richard when exactly the county was given notice that the counter was not, the tower was not in compliance, so that we can move forward with a revocation or something to get it lowered. Or it's apparently 16 feet too tall. It can't be made to do anything right now. It's just being an eyesore right now. So I just hope something can be done. And the other thing is, I don't know if Steve's here. I'm just putting it out there. I put in for a 64 square foot deck 2.5 years ago, and it's still not approved. It's still not going anywhere. I asked the geology department 10 days ago to look at a report, and they still haven't looked at it. I don't know why it takes so long for such a small project. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Stacy?
Bruce, if you're amenable, Stacy and I are going to talk on the same topic that she wants to do after me.
Sure.
I'll be brief. Good evening, council members. My name is Carl Randall, and I chair Malibu's FDAC, which is the only Brown Act body that the Santa Monica Malibu School District allows us as the city of Malibu. So the body has 9 current Malibu residents on it. So we've been tasked with building the new high school and designing the entire project for the 4-phase project for the high school area and the middle school area. So I'm here tonight to express to you, my understanding is the Coastal Commission is looking to extend us by a year As our group, the FDAC, we're extremely concerned this will even allow us to build the high school based on the funds we have and the information we're getting from our staff members who tell us a year delay will be about $13 million we're going to lose in the process. So we're extremely concerned that we'll even be able to build it. We know for sure that we were set to be August of 24 opening for the high school. Now we are August of 25 and expect that to go away as well. So I'm asking for you guys to do anything you possibly can because this is ultimately your LCPA as well. Thank you.
Carl, quick question over here. Have you guys spoken to the Coastal Commission at all?
I think the staff has. I think Steve said he has. So that was, they seemingly intentionally excluded us and worked directly with the city.
Dr. Lewis, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. My name is Stacy Rouse. I'm a Malibu resident and our Board of Education member for Santa Monica Malibu, who's the Malibu resident on the board. And I'm talking about what Carl also spoke about in regards to the building of our new high school building. And we really would love intervention from the city on behalf of this project. The price that it will cost our taxpayers is astounding. This was agreed on by 70% of people who voted on it, so this is something the city did want. And the school district and local schools and the city have really worked together to make sure this project has public input and will serve the community, and it really is important. It's delaying our kids, and we want to see that government can work together in the interagencies and for the good of our citizens. So whatever I can do to support you in that, I would love to do, but I would just like to ask you to do that. So thank you so much.
Can I ask you a question also? Wait, what's the amount of money that exists to do this project?
So the bond, which was passed in 2018, was for $195 million, and that was going to be a huge chunk of. There were several phases, and it was going to be the first phase, or first two phases. And it was pretty major, and so this is. Do you have more numbers? I know them, but not off the top of my head. I can find it out for you.
The reason I'm asking is that I keep hearing numbers about what it's going to cost, what it costs per day or per year that this is delayed, and Carl just said $13 million for the year. Is the $195 million not earning some kind of return so that offsets the loss, or no?
These are bonds we've not pulled yet, not taken the bonds yet.
Right.
It was authorized by the city.
Will be a dynamic.
So it was 195, but all these bonds have not been pulled yet.
Okay.
So that will be done as we get farther into the project, but they're not going to be pulled until then. And we're hoping we can get the project done so we can do that. But the concern, so the 13 million number is something that our expert in the staff has given us with escalations and the delay in the process. That's the expectation that we'll lose by being delayed at least a year.
Okay, thank you. Doug,
Go
ahead.
Quick question. How much is the high school construction supposed to be?
It's in the 110, 115 as a hard cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that'll take us to Zoom. Do we have any Zoom speakers?
We have 6 raised hands. First, we'll hear from Carla Bowman-Smith.
Hello. Let's see. My name is Stan Smith, and I'm Carla Bowman-Smith's husband, and so I'm speaking on her behalf. Anyway, this is in regards to our home at 6234 Cavallari Road that burned in the Woolsey fire. We have every intention to rebuild and have not lost hope despite how impossible it seems. Like for like with the previous legally built footprint. And we really appreciate the previous extension that we have been granted. It is our hope that you would feel it is appropriate to grant us an additional extension to the fee waiver deadline. One major factor that has always been imminent in the settlement timeline in our gap insurance Woolsey Edison lawsuit, as like many others, we were extremely underinsured. Our lawyer just this week has finally confirmed that we are very close to having a court date for settlement, 2 to 3 months. It's always been 2 to 3 months away for, it seems like a year and a half, but it's the reality of it. But anyway, that would clarify our budget to be able to move forward with a plan to rebuild. Anyway, we've investigated many solutions in our predicament of rebuilding, but so far none have been close to a budget we could manage without the settlement. Carla's family has lived in Malibu since 1942. She's a teacher at Malibu High School, and it's her fervent desire to stay in her community that she loves. It's our hope that we'll be able to do just that, and this possible extension to the fee waiver deadline would help a lot to make that possible, as I know that the fees are substantial. And anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck with your home.
Next, we'll hear from ZBV HOA Association.
Actually, it's Lonnie Gordon. I'm sorry it came up that way. Good evening, Mayor and City Council people. I'm here to talk about the ongoing barrage of ugly and harmful wireless facilities in Malibu. There are two important conversations going on today. To me, it's like deja vu. The telecom companies, their investors, and the media promise a new fantastic future, all delivered by wireless surrounding us everywhere we go. When we're given a chance, our experts will explain why that's a mirage. The second conversation involves medical professionals, scientific researchers, and public health experts. They predict a looming public health crisis based on proven biological risks from both short-term and long-term exposure to radio frequency, RF, or wireless radiation. We heard the same corporate line with asbestos, DDT, tobacco, and other dangerous substances. Only later did we learn the folly and danger of ignoring the early science and the early signs. Well, I choose science, and that's why in 2019, Malibu for Safe Tech, with a dedicated group of activists and experts, worked with the council and the staff to revise the city's ordinance to address new technology like 5G and small cell transmitters. The council passed an urgency ordinance dealing with facilities in the right-of-way in late 2020. We secured a more robust ordinance for facilities on private property in early 2021. The 2021 ordinance gives Malibu the safest fire and electrical standards in the country when it comes to telecom applications. Although the 2021 ordinance discourages wireless in residential areas, it didn't go far enough. The then council promised to reopen the 2020 right-of-way ordinance and incorporate the more robust 2021 provisions and solve the residential issues. Residents have tried to collect on that promise for 2 years now, but it's not happened. Council apparently wants to wait until the 2021 revisions are approved by Coastal. In the meantime, the telecoms have been filling up our town. Our main streets are already littered. Almost every school has one close by, and now they're moving into residential. The current staff status report has 26 applications inside the residential areas, with even more along the major streets like PCH, but right next to homes. We've been told that staff expects 50 to 100 more applications soon, and a large number of those in residential areas. We want these installations kept out of our residential areas. We respectfully ask that the council put this on the agenda as soon as possible so we can have an open discussion on what can be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lonnie. Who's next?
Next, we hear from W. Scott McCullough.
Hello. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you fine, Scott.
Thank you. I'm Mayor, City Council. Nice to appear in front of you again after about 2 years. I'm a telecom lawyer, and I was one of the ones who worked with residents, staff, and then council to update the wireless ordinance 2 years ago. Like Lonnie just said, that job really isn't done yet, but we're here tonight. Some of my clients, you're going to hear from them, and other supporters with oral and written comments. I believe that you've received all of them in your packet tonight. But we need to talk about a pressing problem under the current wireless rules as they relate to residential areas. Lonnie outlined part of the problem, but really in order to get a full fleshing of this, we need, and we ask, would you put this on the agenda so that we can get a staff update, let the residents give you a fuller view of their perspective, and then we can collectively do some problem solving. Here's the problem in short. The spigot is open. Lonnie just told you there's 26 pending wireless applications in residential areas. More coming. I'm involved in a couple on Carbon Mesa for the residents there, and we are in or following others throughout the city. We're trying to participate in selected cases to help your overwhelmed staff figure things out. but for some reason staff is stiff-armed. We cannot get basic information on a timely basis, even though time is really important under the FCC shot clock rules. We are being denied access to the seminal documents. Staff is withholding significant materials that are required in the city's application. The most important materials, those related to fire and electrical safety, are among them. This council found that 8 specific documents should be required on that topic. These engineering documents help staff and the public determine if the proposed design is up to the highest safety standards. We have an expert electrical engineer ready to review them and see whether there are problems. And indeed, based on the few that we have seen, we know there are some problems, but staff will not give us the actual documents. That's just wrong, and it's wrong-headed. This town has burned twice in the last several years. Telecom had a part in starting them. This council wisely required publicly available proof of best standards design. And what we don't understand is why the staff is trying to hide these from the public. Our ask is simple. Put this on the agenda, tell staff to recognize residents' rights to fully participate, and by ensuring that we get timely access to documents so that we know when
Thank you,
things
Scott.
happen.
Who's next?
Next is Jenny, followed by Stephanie Sunwoo, and then Ryan.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Silverstein and City Council. The City Council heard me speak in 2020 and 2021 regarding the seemingly unchecked build-out of cell towers. At that time, we wanted some guardrails in place when it came to small cells and some protection when it came to macro towers. Even though tremendous work went into the urgency ordinance and resolution 21-17, just look around Malibu, look in our neighborhoods, look along PCH, and look at what Canaan Doom has become, and look at the SMC campus that we heard about earlier in the meeting. We all have great coverage, so it's not about gap in coverage anymore. This is about greed and one telecom carrier trying to outpace another with our beautiful city as their pincushion. Please do get this issue back on the agenda so we can address some unfinished business. We look to you, our city council, to protect us, to protect our children, our property values, our views, our health, and all of the above when it comes to the issue we fear most, which is fire. I know I am representative of almost everyone I have spoken to who feels like cell towers, large and small, are coming into our magnificent city unchecked. I thank you in advance for getting this issue back on the agenda in time for the next city council meeting, please. I thank you, my family thanks you, and my neighbors thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Stephanie Sunwoo.
Good evening, Mayor Silverstein and honorable members of the Malibu City Council. Although I'm speaking before you in my own capacity, I know I speak for so many of my neighbors who are increasingly concerned about the proliferation of cell towers into residential areas and near our children's schools. I'm speaking out this evening in hopes that you will hear me and imagine dozens, if not hundreds, of my neighbors standing beside me. We collectively want to know what the City Council is doing to make our lives safer when it comes to this large influx of cell towers right next to homes and schools. Lonnie Gordon of Malibu for Safe Tech keeps us in the loop, and what we are hearing concerns us. Lonnie has attempted to get documents from wireless cases in OnBase through Public Records Act requests and directly from staff. Our group is particularly interested in proof the staff is really looking out for our best interests, doing their utmost to make sure the cell towers are as safe as they possibly can be, and hopefully protecting our city from burning down a third time at the hands of the telecom industry that is accustomed to policing itself. Please find out why important documents are not available to the public when Malibu residents ask for them. And please get this matter on the agenda so we can have a full hearing on what is going on, including when the city plans to finish upgrading its wireless ordinances. Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Our last raised hand is Ryan.
Thank you. I too am speaking on the illegal antenna tower in front of Santa Monica College, which this tower belongs to Los Angeles County. It has no relation to anything going on at the college. And I'm sure the architects of the Santa Monica College would like to blow it out of the ground. That is the biggest eyesore. It is almost 3 times the height that the city would ever allow by its own ordinance. And it was falsely submitted as an application for a height of 75 feet, when in fact, the same applicant submitted to the FAA for 91 feet. The FAA conditioned that it be painted colors that are in conflict with the conditions of approval of the city of Malibu. The FAA conditioned a flashing light on top, which is in conflict with a condition of approval of the city of Malibu. The height of the tower was 91 feet, which exceeds the height limit approved by the city of Malibu. It has been over a year that this pole has been in existence. It is a safety hazard to the existing helipad in place because it exceeds the height and it does not have the conditions mandated by the FAA. The city of Malibu is the primary jurisdiction here, and there was communication with the applicant early on that this needs to come down. I would like the city to produce the document, which was the 90-day shot clock, to the applicant to get it to comply or remove it. And since it's been a year and this is a public safety hazard and is a nuisance and in violation of federal law and local law, it is incumbent on the city to act. This is a nuisance in legal definition under the Malibu Municipal Code because it is an ongoing violation. And while they be stalling with negotiations is immaterial, this is an immediate health and safety hazard in the area. I request the city of Malibu administer its municipal code and enforce the removal of this illegal pole by directing the city's planning director to hold a revocation hearing for this pole by the Planning Commission. Publicly notice it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Has anybody else raised their hand?
Yeah, there's one more raised hand from Tim Para.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and respectable city council members. I'd like to report my ranger report on this last couple of weeks that the Rangers did respond to 3 rescues through LA County Fire at Escondido Canyon Trail due to ankle injuries. Also, additional Rangers and patrols were implemented at Escondido Canyon Trail during the high trafficked weekends to enhance public safety and traffic control issues. Several citations were also issued due to the illegal parking. Rangers continuously patrolled all beach access areas daily and also issued 4 dogs on beach citations and 4 possession of alcohol at Lechuza Beach and Carmen La Costa. And this concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else?
Those are all the raised hands.
Okay, that concludes public comment on 2A. So do we have any commission or committee updates?
No, you don't have any commission or committee updates.
Do we have a city manager update?
I'm sorry, as we said that, a hand was raised.
Okay.
From Lottie Sharon.
Go ahead, Lottie.
Good evening, City Council. I just wanted to respond to the work assignments that were given to us. We reviewed them at our last meeting. We made a couple of tweaks, but that was about it. Everything's been accepted. I just also want to note for you people that the Poet Laureate review came under consideration for our committee. We decided the Poet Committee made a decision. It will be going to the Arts Commission for review and then to you. And I think we have a very good candidate. The other thing I just want to mention, if you haven't seen it, the Jane Seymour Show, it's worth your consideration. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Steve, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Silverstein. A few things to go over tonight. First, I attended a meeting of the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments, which they adopted their budget. The board also adopted approved a letter that would opposing the Board of Supervisors' motion to depopulate the jails, subject to seeking some stakeholder input. So that was part of the request from COG that if they do go forward with that they at least reach out to the stakeholders. So those two matters, among some other items, were approved at the COG meeting. We also heard an update on their efforts to update their hazard mitigation plan for the COG, so they're moving forward with that. Also want to report that we did met with the coastal staff and also had an opportunity to meet with the new coastal executive director, Kate Breckenridge, and we did discuss with them. Also attending the meeting was our mayor and Councilmember Riggins, and we had an initial discussion with the staff and the executive director about the city's short-term rentals, and I think we had a good discussion there in terms of at least how we could move forward, and heard some suggestions from them on what coastal would be amenable to. So we'll be working forward from there with that. Also, we discussed the Seaview Hotel, but we'll hold off on any discussion on that since that's coming up later on the agenda. And then I think probably one of the nicest outcomes out of it was that the new executive director agreed to the offer to come to Malibu for a visit and a tour, and said as soon as she has an opportunity to get that on her calendar that she will be down for that. So we're looking forward to hosting the executive director. Also just wanted to note that City Hall will be closed for Independence Day on July 4th. And looking ahead to the July 10th City Council meeting, we are still planning to bring forward the matter on the pesticide. So this will be for the local coastal program amendment and consideration of a policy interpretation. So that'll be coming to City Council on July 10th. I would also like to ask the City Council to bring forward, I'd like to ask if we could bring forward an item regarding the extension request that we've heard from Coastal Commission staff regarding the high school and middle school. So I'd like to put an item on for July 10th, taking opposition or considering to take a position to oppose that extension, and also to try to request the Coastal Commission to move as expediently as possible on that matter. So if I have consensus on that, I'll bring that forward on July 10th. Also wanted to note that we are continuing to see good progress moving forward with AB 1500. This was the bill that would continue the property tax exemption for homes that were damaged or destroyed in the Woolsey fire. And so that seems to be moving forward with about as little resistance as possible. So we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. If that's approved, it would have an emergency provision that would kick back, that would start in November of this year. So there would be no loss in that exemption time for those properties. And that would extend it for an additional 3 years. See. Also wanted to note and appreciate the report from the MRCA Ranger. Our public safety staff has been documenting some of the issues in and around Winding Way and the Escondido Falls Trailhead area. And we note that there's been over 400 citations written in the area for illegal parking in the past few months, and at least 7 rescues on the trail since the beginning of the year. I don't know if that includes the 3 that were included this weekend. If so, that would raise the total up to 10. Staff is in the process of scheduling a meeting with MRCA staff to discuss our issues and see how we can improve safety at the location. Staff will also be meeting with Beaches and Harbor and the Sheriff's Department this week to discuss the Zuma Beach traffic management for the holiday weekend and beyond. The Bush Drive entrance is closed due to water from the stream that is still flowing through. And the Westward Beach entrance may also still be closed this weekend because of the issues with the concrete path. So we are concerned with obviously traffic backing up onto PCH, and we'll be strategizing with Beaches and Harbors and Sheriff's Department on how we can best mitigate those potential hazards. As was noted by one of the public speakers, we are coming up to the deadline for the Woolsey Fire rebuild fee waivers. That is coming up on June 30th. Just to remind the council and everybody that all required planning department applications for project have to be deemed complete by June 30th. And all required building permits will have to be pulled and issued by December 30th of this year. And fees will also not be waived after December 30th of this year. So that will be expiring on June 30th unless there is some direction given to staff. Also wanted to move on and note that as we're coming up to the July 4th Independence holiday, there were no firework permits issued this year, so there are not any planned displays off the coast this year. And let's see, what else? I think I have covered everything. And then I'll ask Sergeant Soderlund for an update, and then any questions from council, I'm happy to take those now or later.
Do we need to vote on the consensus for?
Yeah, that'd be appropriate.
So I'd like to move that we direct staff to put in a request for an expedited review of it.
I think his request was to bring the item back to the council at the next meeting to support staff.
Yeah, I think the city manager has the discretion to put that on the agenda. Does anybody have an objection?
No.
Okay.
We'll bring that forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sergeant?
Good evening, City Council. I'm here to report on several items that have taken place in the past 2 weeks. The first item I'm going to talk about is the special assignment deputies. Your 103 X-ray car, which is the afternoon car, they've made 5 misdemeanor arrests for various violations and conducted numerous traffic stops for different violations over the past 2 weeks. One of their highlight arrests, which I'm going to read to you, on 6/16, they observed a male adult walking along the roadway near 18922 Pacific Coast Highway who appeared to be looking inside parked vehicles. They contacted him and detained him pending a vehicle burglary investigation. And lo and behold, he had multiple pieces of stolen property on him as well as narcotics. So he was arrested for that. Your 108 X-ray car, which is the overnight special assignment deputies, they made 2 misdemeanor arrests and assisted the regular patrol units with their calls. And they also made a felony arrest here, which I'll read to you. On 6/21, they were conducting a foot patrol at Legacy Park, and they contacted a male adult transient regarding a shopping cart violation. They did a records check on him, and he had 2 outstanding felony no bail warrants for narcotics related violations and 1 outstanding misdemeanor warrant, and he was arrested for those violations. The next item I'm going to talk to you about is, let me find it here. On 6/19, deputies responded to 31100 Broad Beach Road regarding a transient who was trespassing in yards. The sheriff's helicopter responded along with multiple deputies, and they set up a containment area of the area because the transient had jumped multiple fences into different people's yards. They were able to find him hiding between some rocks by the beach, And upon further investigation, the deputies discovered that he had actually broken into 2 houses. And so he was arrested for burglary. And the LA County DA filed burglary charges on him. So he's still in jail. The past weekend, I'll give you the beach team statistics here. This past weekend, deputies on the beach team, they issued 55 alcohol citations for alcohol on the beach. 64 traffic citations were issued. 132 parking cites were issued and 18 vehicles were towed. And that's just in one weekend. And we're going to be out this Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday in full force for the 4th of July weekend. And then the final item, on Saturday, deputies responded to Joffrey's for a domestic violence in progress. When they arrived, the suspect and the victim had entered their vehicle, and deputies conducted a felony traffic stop, which means we detain them at gunpoint and take them out. They were detained without incident, and no one was injured. And the suspect was arrested for domestic violence against his girlfriend who was there. And inside the vehicle was a loaded .45 semi-automatic pistol. So he was arrested for that as well. Yeah. That's all I have, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to thank you for your reports and for all the work that your men and women are doing for us. And we can't be any more excited, but you could try to make us more excited next time.
Well, I want to give this information to you guys because you might see us driving around with our lights and sirens on, but you really don't know what it's for. So I'm trying to give you some of the details of those incidents.
Sergeant, I echo what Councilmember Grisani said. You know, we're so proud and glad you guys are on duty. I'm really glad to see the afternoon and evening car, which, as you may know, Chris Frost and I and several others were very adamant about bringing that in. Glad to see it's operating, and the implication of that Legacy Park arrest was that was in the middle of the night, because that patrol car works from 11 to or 10 to 6, if I remember correctly. Right. So hats off to them getting out of the car and walking in the dark. Yeah. Any quick comments about the beach patrol so far? It's been in operation now, 4 or 5 weeks, and it's been cloudy weather. It hasn't been exactly the best beach weather, but any thoughts on it?
Yeah, you're right. The past 2 weeks has actually been sunny down here on the weekends, so it's starting to pick up. But the temporary tow yard at Malibu High School has been invaluable. We've been able to clear a lot of cars off PCH and kept traffic flowing and stopped accidents from happening. So it's working out well.
Very good. Thank you,
Steve.
Yeah, Sergeant, I'll join everybody else in thanking you for the effort you're putting in. I used to get Monday morning calls from Doug's buddy, telling me what was,
bless you,
with his opinion of what was happening. He has been happy as hell for the last couple of months. So thank you very, very much. Makes my breakfast much easier.
He doesn't call me either in the morning. Or Monday morning.
Just one note. I got a number of emails regarding noise on PCH. I know somebody sent that to Captain C2. She's looking into it. So and I know you guys got to do some work to figure out what we can do about that. But if there's anything we can do to sort of, calm that situation down, I think everybody in the city would appreciate that. So do what you can. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I just want to say I appreciate the report, appreciate the work you're doing. I grew up in a large city, and it's really nice to sit here and hear the report for the week being there were some misdemeanors, maybe a felony, and you all stopped a crime where the guy was looking in the cars, and you just stopped him, and ends up he has a warrant. So good job, and I'm sure our city makes it easier on you, but you make it easier on the city. So thank you.
You're welcome. I almost forgot, Paul. You called me. Was it 2 weekends ago about those motorcycles?
Yes.
You can tell us.
Well, I was at a stoplight waiting to turn left into Bluffs Park, and suddenly and I'm in the left turn lane, so I've got a red light, but there's still a green light next to me. And all of a sudden, all these mini bikes start passing me on the right. None of them wearing, well, a few of them were wearing helmets, but not a license plate in the badge. And so while I'm sitting there, I dialed Chris, and he said, "Gosh, I'm out at county line, headed back." I go, "They're going to drive right into you." So I did what I had to do at Bluffs Park, and when I left there, as I continued my drive, when I got to Heathercliff, they were all coming back up the hill, and you had managed to arrange for an escort of sheriff's deputies and some highway patrolmen that you picked up as well, and you all had your lights on, and they're just buzzing along, and of course they were refusing to pull over, but.
Yeah, well, about 4 of them ran out of gas, and one guy broke down, so we were able to snag a couple of them.
Good.
So.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you for the continued professionalism exhibited by all the staff, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, is there anything further, or should we move on?
That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to City Council subcommittee reports and council member reports. Who would like to go first? Paul?
Okay, in the last 2 weeks, the last 2 weekends ago, I was at the Topanga Watershed Project meeting they had over at the Los Virgenes Water Building, and we had a very nice talk about what's going on there. And while we were there, I mentioned to the state parks people that we were hopeful that they would be interested in entering into an agreement with us so that future low-cost overnight accommodations could be something that we would have online and ready to donate money for. And they told me that they have a letter that is nearly written, but I don't think we've received it yet. So I guess we have to ask them again to find it and finish it. The other thing is I was at the COG meeting that Steve was at, and Doug was at that meeting as well. And I thought that one went well. And then last weekend, I went to Jackie Irwin's coffee with a legislator, and the fire department was there as well. And of course, when I got there, I found that Marianne Riggins was already there. So I got there late, but it happened. And that was very congenial, and Jackie Irwin is trying hard to do a good job for us all. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Doug?
Okay, activities, A&F meeting to review the budget, which will be on the agenda tonight. I too viewed the Topanga Lagoon presentation. I was on Zoom, Paul was there in person. And I just want to mention how wonderful it was to hear Paul stand up and tell them, look, Malibu wants to participate in low-cost visitor accommodations, and they jumped right on it. So I think we have an opportunity there to solve one of the problems that the Seaview Hotel has highlighted, and actually goes back to the Crummer property when we had $4 million at cause there. So this is for the Topanga Motel and the rework they're planning to do for that park area. Council of Governments meeting, as Paul mentioned, I attended that as an alternate. We also had a Zoom presentation that Councilmember Uring and I attended with the local school leaders about their plans for fundraising and support of Malibu schools and athletics. From public comments, I want to talk quickly about the high school issue. I know it's going to come back on the agenda, so I'll try not to get too much into this. But this one-year delay, if you go back to when this bond was passed, it was November 8th, 2018. It's when the prior city council was elected, two ago, Council 16, I think it was. We still don't have this high school built. We don't even have the plans approved. But what got me more than anything else, and you guys know that I'm a numbers kind of person, I looked at the cost of inflation for non-residential construction since 2018. It's well over 30% today. That means that $195 million bond that we passed is now worth about $160 million, probably $130 million. That $110 million for the high school, in order to build the school we thought we were going to build, probably needs about $140 million. So you're talking about either having to pare back or raise more money because of delays. Now, I know when I was not even on council, I was upset when Planning Commission would say, we want to bring this back next time. We don't have a quorum. We don't have this. We want to have more questions. Look, this is a public project. We ought to be able to move quickly with this. Unfortunately, this probably also extends to people trying to rebuild their homes. Their construction costs have gone up too. But my gosh, this hits every taxpayer right in the wallet. And, we got to move this forward. It's just ridiculous to wait this long and have these increased costs just from inflation. We're not going to get a better school. We're going to be lucky to get the school we thought we were going to have. On the cell service, I hopefully, city manager didn't mention it, but hopefully we can get these public documents, if they are public, out to everybody. There's no reason you can't get a copy of these reports if they're supposed to be public. I know we're somewhat constrained by federal law on this. We've got an ordinance that we passed in 2021, but at the least we ought to be able to supply the people that are concerned with the public documents. And if there is an issue, we need to have it brought to our attention. I also want to mention, and I'm not going to try and let the cat out of the bag, I don't know how she did it, but the Highway Patrol car has been around here lately. And I don't know if the Public Safety Director had anything to do with that or not, but magically a white car has appeared, and as the sergeant mentioned, kind of helped herd the little tiger cats back in the pen. So thanks for the extra help from the Highway Patrol. That's all I had.
Thank you, Doug. Marianne?
I actually had a pretty quiet couple weeks. As Paul mentioned, I did attend the Assemblymember Irwin's coffee greeting, and it was really nice. A lot of residents came out, and it was great to hear her response and talk to her about some issues with regards to the schools and such. So hopefully we'll get some help that way. I also attended the, I think it was called the Malibu Creek Restoration, but it's the Ringe Dam removal proposal. It was very well attended, and I think that's something that, the city should be aware of. Even though it's outside our city limits, it's going to have immediate and direct impacts on our residents, and so I'm sure we'll be staying quite informed about that. And also attended the local school education funding proposal with Councilmember Grisanti, and found out what the things that they're trying to accomplish out there. So, and I'll address some other issues later on in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Steve.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. A couple things. We attended the Cal strategy meetings we have every week. Some good stuff going on up there. I want to mention one of them in my presentation. I also attended the meeting on the removal of Ringe Dam, and I was impressed with the people that they had there, the team that they put together to do this, their understanding of some of the issues. People brought up the fact that there are landslides near the dam, and they responded, yeah, they know about the landslides near the dam, plus the ones that are up the creek. They still have some other issues they got to resolve. this removal of the dirt behind the dam still is a problem, but they're working on that. So I was just impressed that they had a good team and they really know what the heck they were doing. On the school, I received a call from Steve Massetti, who's sort of the guy who's director, in charge of building the school, and it's just amazingly frustrated. He's been pushing this thing for a very, very long time. They came in front of the Planning Commission, and we got it through there for him. It's stuck in the Coastal Commission, so anything we can do to help them out, and if there's a way to even get around what the Coastal Commission's doing, we ought to think about that. You guys are smarter than me in that area, so put that on your plate someplace. Back to the Cal strategies. One of the bills that's moving through the legislature is a proposal for speed cameras. If they catch you coming down the highway, they can take a picture, they grab the speed. Right now, it is being proposed as a test. There are a couple of communities that have, applied to be part of that test. Whether it moves forward and goes to those communities is yet to be seen, but it seems to be moving in that direction. And we've put Malibu's name in, so once we get past this initial step, hopefully Malibu, if this thing works, we can bring it back and put it in Malibu sometime in the near future, which I think is a good idea. Farmers market, in my mailbox this week, there was a mailer from somebody who didn't sign it. I mean, I don't know what the heck it was, complaining about the farmers market, that it was illegal or whatever the heck was going on down there. Again, I think this is going to be the 25th anniversary of the farmers market here in Malibu. So I'm very happy with what they're doing. I think they're doing a good job, and hope we can keep them there as long as we can. Okay, and the last one is, and you talked about short-term rentals in the Coastal Commission. And I'll send an article. I read an article this weekend regarding Cape Cod, where, I mean, the bottom line of that story was there used to be, when I was growing up, which is a long time ago, you couldn't get a place down the Cape. I mean, the places were booked up, wasn't a chance in heck. Right now, everything's open. And one of the reasons they're blaming it is on short-term rentals. The people coming in, these corporations that have come in and bought the houses, they've raised the prices, they have driven out the local residents, they've driven out the people who are trying to go down there. So, these short-term rentals have additional impacts other than just, making your neighbors upset as you go through this process. So, let me just check, Mayor. I think that's everything. I'm going to come. Oh, yeah, I want to do that too. Yes, thank you. Okay. One last piece I just want to cover. I just want to take a moment to address what transpired in last week's Planning Commission meeting. I'm going to start with a little bit of history. I'm sure you remember that in 2020, the City Council, and that's 2020 City Council election, Bruce Silverstein was the leading vote getter. And Malibu tradition is that the leading vote getter gets elected as mayor. But that did not happen. When he got elected, when the election was called, Mikey Pearson and Karen Farrar threw a hissy fit and refused to vote for him as mayor. When Mikey and Karen decided not to run for the city council in the last election, I was optimistic that the days of adults acting like high school children was over, but I was sadly mistaken. In the last Planning Commission meeting, John Mazza, who was then the vice chair, was scheduled to be appointed chair of the Planning Commission. In a vote led by Jeff Jennings, John was denied the position of chair. Now, just by way of background, John's been volunteering his time and energy in Malibu for over 25 years. He's been a planning commissioner since early 2000. He was the president or director of the Point Dume Community Services District. He is the current president and has been working on the Adamson House Foundation for over some 7 years. He was director for the Point Dume Community Association. He's been past president of the Malibu Township Council and director for probably 23 years. Malibu Riviera One president for 12 years. He's a member of the Malibu Library Task Force, Malibu Arts Task Force, and Malibu Arts Foundation. So I guess my point is, this gentleman has spent a major portion of his life trying to make Malibu better. All right, and I can't think of anything he's ever done which has been in opposition of our general plan or done to do any damage to anybody here in Malibu. So the fact that the planning commissioners would decide to embarrass him in public is wrong. It's just wrong. So to wrap it up, I think the community knows what happened. To John Mazza, John, I apologize. I think you deserve better. To the residents, you deserve better. This is not what you elected us to do. I think we have a responsibility to act as adults as we go through this thing and focus not on ourselves, but what's going to make the city the best. And for the planning commissioners who took that vote, I think you all should grow up. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, I want to thank the public as well who spoke tonight, as well as the few people who submitted written comments. I read them. I assume we all read them. So thank you for your comments. First, I'll give my report of what I've been doing, and I'll respond to some of the comments that we received. First of all, I, with Doug, attended an A&F subcommittee. It was a pretty short meeting, but we received a third quarter? No. Report. I attended a meeting, which I understand others did too, but I don't know what they spoke about because we can't for Brown Act purposes, but I attended a meeting with some people about public school funding in Malibu, to some ways to possibly raise some additional funds for our local schools because Santa Monica doesn't provide them. CalStrat Zoom conferences over the past 2 weeks. I attended the Zoom meeting along with Marianne with the Coastal Commission. I thought we had a very good discussion actually about ways in which we might be able to move forward something to put some guardrails on short-term rentals. I'm still optimistic that with some further research and explanation, we might be able to get back to where we were with what we had proposed that was denied, but at a bare minimum, we ought to be able to do something that's perhaps not quite as restrictive, but still satisfies the residents. Those are pretty much what I was doing. The comments. A number of people talked about the telecom applications, and I think at least 2 people might have used the words hiding or concealing documents. I'm confident that the staff's not deliberately withholding information that is lawfully that ought to be lawfully available to the public, but I am concerned about whether things are not available that ought to be available for innocent reasons. You know, perhaps they're not properly maintained in the files, there's too much work and they're not being maintained. I mean, so Steve, do you or does anyone else here have a comment on what's going on with these documents that the residents are claiming are being hidden from them and that they're entitled to?
And I'm going to look to the clerk and the city attorney to correct me here, and hopefully I'm not confusing this with something else that had come across my desk a couple of months ago, but I believe the documents in question, they were trying to look at some draft applications, and so work product that was not considered to be public record. Obviously, if it's public record, we'll certainly comply and we'll provide that. But if it's draft working materials, those are not considered public documents.
I think there may also have been some copywritten materials that were produced for in-person review that they wanted to have mailed to them or reproduced, and we can't do that till they're actually produced to the Planning Commission or approved at that point. Then there's an approval and there's a justification for doing that, but until that is, the copyright applies. Okay, well, the folks who spoke who say that they're not getting information that they're legally entitled to, perhaps you can let us know offline specifically what it is you're looking for that you think you're entitled to that's been denied, and we can look into that. But I'm satisfied with those answers. Thank you. I had asked a few months ago now, maybe more than a few months ago, that we put on the agenda, I spoke with the city manager, the effort to conform the right-of-way ordinance to the non-right-of-way ordinance, because the right-of-way ordinance was adopted on a somewhat accelerated basis. It was considered to be more critical that it get done, going on 2 years ago now, I think. And we then did the non-right-of-way ordinance. We looked at it more carefully. We made some I think, better decisions, and there now needs to be some true-up of the first one. I'd still like to see that brought forward. I was told that Coastal was going to be shortly looking at it when I asked about this months ago, and that it made more sense to wait until they approved what was before them before we started making changes. But what's going on? Are we ever going to get to that? Because if not, we probably should bring it forward.
I'm going to ask Mr. Malika to answer that question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The Coastal Commission, I feel like it was perhaps November timeframe. They did pass a one-year extension. We did, or I spoke against it. We asked, we understood that their staff is burdened, but we'd be glad to do whatever we can to help them so that we can get this on track. They gave themselves until November of this year, and to date, and I will follow up with them again, we have asked them in our conversations with them for feedback, but they have not provided us with any, but I will reach out to them again. But at this time, they have until November of this year to act on it.
Okay, thank you. Well, November this year is coming up a lot closer than it was when we first spoke about this many months ago. What I'd like to ask the council is this. Could we get a consensus to bring an item forward, perhaps not at the next meeting, but the meeting after that, to at least address whether we feel we should be moving forward with further amendments to the right-of-way, or that we should wait for the Coastal Commission, as opposed to simply the de facto now of we're not doing anything, so we are inherently waiting. Could we at least have an agenda item where we discuss whether we would like to move forward with amendments or whether we think it's more prudent to leave it, as opposed to that just being the status quo that by inertia remains the same?
I don't know whether it's right to wait for the Coastal Commission or not, but I think bringing it forward to at least have a discussion on it is appropriate.
I would agree.
Mary Ann, Paul?
Sounds like a majority to me.
Okay, so Steve, could we get that put on the agenda perhaps for the second meeting in July to at least discuss?
We don't have a second.
Oh, all right. So I guess I know this is not going to make those who spoke tonight happy, but it's better than where we are now. Let's do the first meeting after the break on the agenda, the question of whether we should act to make further amendments or whether we should wait for the Coastal Commission.
Happy to do that, but just to remind the council that there's probably 5 or 6 things that the council and the public's already anticipating for that meeting. So if we do that, we're looking at probably pushing something out, but we can take a look at that.
Put it late in the agenda. We'll either get to it or we won't get to it.
Okay.
Okay. Just look at my notes, see if there are any other comments. I mean, I also wonder whether I would like this. I would hope somebody could take a look at whether some kind of relief can be created for residents who lost their homes, who are going to rebuild, not people who bought a property or not people who are, but the gentleman that spoke, I know that that's going on. The litigation with Edison has strung out much longer than anyone thought it would. The pandemic was partially to blame, if not majorly to blame, but litigation moves slowly. And it does seem to me wrong that people who probably need the relief most, who are waiting for a settlement to be able to rebuild, are the ones who are going to be denied the fee waiver. The person who spoke tonight was just looking to do a rebuild of a like for like plus or minus 10%. So I would hope that perhaps the staff could take a look at that and maybe think about coming back to us with some kind of a limited further waiver for certain classes of residents. Those are my comments. Thank you. So next we have the consent calendar. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on an item on the consent calendar. The city manager has handed me speaker cards, so we have a number of items that have been pulled by the public already. 3B5, 3B7, 3B12, and 3B16. Does any member of council want to pull an additional item?
What were those again, please?
5, 7, 12, and 16. And actually, before you do that, are there anyone on Zoom that wants to pull anything?
No, we don't have any raised hands from the public on Zoom.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 3B2.
Anything else?
Need to abstain on 3B3.
I will also need to abstain on 3B3.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 3B2, 3B5, 3B7, 3B12, and 3B16, and noting that Doug and Mary Ann are abstaining from 3B3. Can I get a second for that?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Uri?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. So that takes us to 3B5. Could we?
How about 3B2?
Oh, I'm sorry. That one was not a card in front of me. 3B2. Steve, do you want to get a report?
No, just a very quick question. If I go to...
Wait, before you do. Does anybody want to make a comment since that wasn't previously known to be pulled? Is anybody on Zoom?
No, we don't have any raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comment on 3B2.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One quick question. On page 24, there is and this is my buddy Paul here, there is a payment to Smart Coast, California, which I don't, I mean, my question is what, I don't think they represent the city, so.
Why would there be a payment to Smart?
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's travel and training.
travel and training for one of the engineers we have who attended. I think Lauren Doyle attended, and she got continuing education credits for that, attending it.
And we paid for that?
We pay for travel and training. There's several things, various places in the past things where we paid for staff to go out and do travel and training.
So that was a check to pay to Lauren Doyle. That's who that came.
Yes.
No, couldn't have been because the kid was. Well, it just seems strange.
How much is it for?
$300 bucks. I mean, I just couldn't figure out why Smart Coast California. I didn't think we were representing. They were representing the city, so I couldn't figure out why we were paying them.
We put on a professional training seminar.
Okay.
So people showed up.
Okay, so this conversation for anyone who's following along is on the warrant.
Yeah.
Steve, do you have any other questions? Or?
No, just seems strange. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the warrant?
I'll make a motion to approve the warrants.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, 3B5 was pulled by Joe Drummond. Joe, are you still here? Would you like a staff report, or do you want to just make a comment?
And I sent you an email earlier, I think today or yesterday, about the work plan for the Public Works. I just wanted to see, back in 2016, the Telecommunications Commission duties were to be transferred to the Public Works Commission duties. Unfortunately, no telecommunications issues have ever been put on Public Works Commission work plan, or anyone's work plan for that matter, and this has allowed a project like the county tower at SMC within the city's jurisdiction to fall through the cracks and not be publicly noticed as would normally be required. So no one was able to make any public comment on that tower that is there. So I'm happy to see that the homelessness task force duties and agendas have been transferred over to the Public Safety Commission properly. So I'm just asking if the large-scale telecommunications projects can be put on the Public Works Commission's work duties as voted by our commission back in May 2022. This will ensure that a commission is looking at these type of projects now and in the future. Otherwise, please reinstate the Telecommunications Commission. And then, of course, the SMC antenna items should be at the very least be brought to City Council or Public Works Commission for discussion and public comment, as it has never yet come to the public and is greatly affecting the community. It has already been over a year now and nothing has been done. I think Ryan Embry sent the telecommunications assigned duties, and one of them was conduct an assessment of cable, fiber, wireless, and wired services throughout the city to identify deficiencies. So that's basically what I wanted to say. I don't know if you can do anything about it now, but that would be something needs to be done. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Joe. That'll close public comment unless there's anybody on Zoom.
We do have a raised hand on Zoom from Ryan.
Okay, let's hear from Ryan.
Thank you. I too wanted to address the issue of the work plan of Public Works and how that is different from the additional assignments that you give under this agenda item to the various commissions. The commissions already have their duties prescribed in the municipal code as what their jurisdiction and purview is. And then you give specific assignments for tasks that you want completed within the budget year. So I'm not sure exactly why it is that the Public Works Department is so recalcitrant about doing the work of being the liaison to the Public Works Commission, because I understand previously the Telecommunications Commission was under the Media Department of the city. But when the City Council moved all of the functions and duties of the Telecommunications Commission and put that in Public Works in 2013, and it's now been 10 years, somehow the Public Works Department didn't sign on to the memo, and they apparently think they can simply veto doing that work and responsibility by not presenting it in the department's work plan to the city council. And by omission of intentional nature, they remove from their plate a function which is mandated by the municipal code and the vote of the city council. So that's how we ended up with this stupid pole in the middle of town, because it never went to any commission except the planning commission, and they were there to hear the huge project of the school, the college, and ended up with this, oh yeah, there's going to be an antenna pole somewhere. That was a concept, and it was not, it was supposed to be on the roof of a one-story building, and it was to be a tower, not a pole. And now we've learned that this whole pole thing is so out of compliance in almost every respect that it's now become a problem. But there are many other telecommunications issues which are needing to be heard in public, where the public can comment and where the agendas are posted and the documents are publicly available to review and make sure that we don't have that kind of mistake perpetuating in the city of Malibu. And I am very much concerned that it is continuing to perpetuate. Now, the applicants must pay the fee for an outside professional technical consultant of the city to review anything to do with their application. And that expertise is available by contract and can be provided directly to the Public Works Commission without fettering the Public Works staff too much.
Okay,
so
thank
please
you.
do that.
Thank you, Ryan. That'll conclude public comment. And are there any comments from City Council?
I would like to propose adding a couple things. One, to the Parks and Rec Commission, just an inclusion of the equestrian park, so we can have an evaluation of its use and any programming that can be added to that particular park, if appropriate. And then also for the Public Works Commission, what I wanted to do, not necessarily a review of telecommunication projects, but to review the city's needs for cellular service and phone and internet access throughout the city, to try and come up with a plan. One of the previous speakers had spoken about that cell service was quite good throughout Malibu, and I would have to disagree. Just on Point Doom, there's limitations. You have to plan when you can make a phone call, when you can't. Additionally, not sure that we're getting the most robust internet service from our providers. Whether broadband or satellite services should be explored. We'd like to see something in our parks. So if I can have consensus to add a communications opportunities function to be reviewed by the commission. Someone can expand on that if they'd like.
I'm willing to second it if you will explain why the equestrian park would not be under Parks and Rec.
No, yes.
It would.
Questions under Parks and Rec.
I guess my
Period.
hearing is getting bad because
Yeah,
okay.
equestrian under Parks and Rec Commission, and then phone, cell, internet, communication services, both for daily use and then in the event of an emergency, making sure that we have proper coverage for our residents.
Just to evaluate the needs and coverage in the city? Okay.
And make recommendations for improvements if appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
So my second is in place.
Okay. Is there anybody that has any appetite for doing what Joe and Ryan had advocated?
No, I've got a comment.
No, I think they're advocating for adding to the work plan, taking over whatever responsibilities used to exist with the telecom committee.
Can we maybe have Rob DeVoe, Public Works Director, give us a comment on that?
A couple of things that I want to bring up is to answer Marianne's comment. One of the things that I was thinking about looking into is actually looking into broadband for the city. And so maybe that will kind of go along with your request to look at kind of different options for communications within the city, exploring broadband as an option for that. So if that's something similar to
that would fit within the direction of what you provided.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything that we can improve our communications and provide our visitors also, making sure that, you know, when they're on trailheads or there are other places, that we have the most robust system here possible.
And then for the second part, I'll kind of leave it up to Trevor. I think he was going to kind of butt in and give a comment on the duties of the Public Works Commission.
Yeah, the city council can't delegate its review of private projects that are put forward, applications that come forward. They can't give a recommendation about how the city council should vote on that. So the tower was never something that could go before the Public Works Commission because it was a CDP application and needs to be reviewed by the Planning Commission and by the City Council for conformance with it. The Public Works Commission reviews projects that are put forward by either the city or that, such as Caltrans, that requests, input from the city on those. So for projects that are put forward by private entities, we don't have the ability to go and send that to them for a recommendation. It would create a problem for us.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item with the amendment, proposed amendment? I'll just volunteer one thing, which is that I'm going to support this, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily agree that when the Public Works Commission looks at the telecom sufficiency issue, the goal should be to have the most robust system that can be accommodated here, because we do have in our vision and mission statement that we forego urban and suburban conveniences to keep this area rural. And I understand that telecom is both a necessity as well as a convenience, but there's a line at which after it crosses necessity to convenience. So they'll have to examine that question as well. Steve?
Just a real quick one, and I don't disagree with, the issue of trying to go out and do an assessment of our telecommunications capabilities, but we've got this meeting on our work plan. We have yet to and my only concern is, we haven't really defined what we're going to accomplish based upon the projects we got on our plate, how much time we have to do that. So I would just suggest when we get to the work plan, that may be something we want to bring up as a possibility and compare it to all the other stuff we're going to have to do. I'm just trying to make sure that when we get to the end of this thing, we got a plan that actually works.
I agree with that, and I think that the Public Works Commission can probably do some of that legwork to do an evaluation and then also make possible recommendations for improvements for our community.
Okay, so can we have a roll call on the motion to approve 3B7 with the 3B5 with the two amendments? Thank you.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Urian?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Kelsey, I may be having a senior moment here. Did we vote to approve the consent calendar subject to the omissions?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
We did. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Doug had the senior moment. He told me we didn't, and I thought we had, but I had a senior moment in not remembering if we had. So that takes us to 3B7. A number of members of the public, well, one member pulled that. That would be Joe, and then two others said they would speak if it were pulled. Should we have a staff report, or do the speakers just want to speak?
I actually have a presentation.
Let's have it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide you with the information on the contract amendment for Conshire and Associates. Next slide, please. So why do we have this need for this contract? Malibu has an incredible, unique geological and coastal environment. Our city is located within the Santa Monica Mountains, with steep hillsides and valleys and canyons that drain into the Pacific Ocean. We also have elevations within the city that ranges from sea level to approximately 1,700 feet above sea level. The city is in an area of the California coast that encompasses extremely complex geology. with relatively high seismic activity with potential strong ground motion due to the active tectonic environment. We also have rockfall, mudslides, debris, flow hazardous areas in our topography, and liquefaction in hazardous areas, etc. Next slide. I wanted to provide you with the required scope for this contract, as we are, I'm hearing concerns from the public, so I wanted to be clear what this contract really encompasses. Because of our unique terrain, the city requires a very specialized service and a team with a strong geotechnical background. Here, you can see part of the scope of work that we require from our consultants. Besides performing plan check review, not only for planning department, but also for building and safety, they provide 24 hours on-call emergency responses services as necessary to evaluate the existing or pending geological hazards. As you remember, recently we have several storms, and as a result, we have 12 slope failures. Not having the support of the geotechnical team would have been critical for us to respond to it right away. The city responsibilities is to ensure the safety of the community, and part of the public service is making sure that the structures, home built in the same, are safe and as structurally sound as possible. It is up to us to make sure that the homeowners have been given realistic and proper guidelines from the hire contractors, engineers, and geotechnical team. We do this as a peer review of the plans and reports submitted to the city for compliance with both local, state codes and guidelines. Since we do not have full-time staff in place for this type of reviews, the city utilizes consulting firm to provide specialized services for engineering, geology, geotechnical engineering, and coastal engineering. Next slide. The scope of work is used to ensure that the contract service team is working at the request of the city, requiring them to not only review, but to guarantee a sense of professionalism as they act on behalf of the city, following and implementing the city's established policies and interpretations. They are not to go beyond the scope of work without authorization or approval from the city contract managers. I am the city contract manager for this contract. This scope is attached to the city standard contract, which also further breaks down the repercussions of any issues that may arise, such as a conflict of interest. So we pretty much keep on reassuring that that doesn't happen. Next slide, please. I also wanted to give you a workflow of how they do the review. When an applicant or homeowner or an architect submit engineering projects, the city, whether in planning or in building, the applicant is required to provide supporting documents to their plans that fully comply with the requirements of our state and local codes. Is this, in this specific case, the geotechnical reports are submitted by our applicants, a review for project feasibility and also for structural soundness and safety. It is important to highlight that this is not the contracts reviewer's responsibility to provide geotechnical report. It is the project applicant's responsibility to hire a project geotechnical consultant that provides recommendations for the project based on the adoption of the 2013 Malibu Geotechnical Guidelines, and also to any related adopted state and local codes. Con-Shires performs the city's review process very similar as we do in public works and environmental health and any other departments. They are not the project consultants. They're solely reviewers of the geotechnical report submitted with the proposed project and the construction plans that were provided by the contractor, the homeowner, or the applicants to ensure compliance with all of the applicable codes. The city has a final say on Conshire's final approval. We do this to ensure that our community is getting a fair, proper, quality review of the applications we receive. In other words, Conshire's works for the city, not the developers or the applicants, and conducts the reviews within the city's direction and oversight of our code language interpretation. Next slide. So just let me give you a little bit of background on this. To provide you with a brief contract background, a request a proposal for consulting services of engineering geology, geotechnical, and coastal engineering review are publicized released every 2 to 3 years. The RFP outlines the required scope of work, in addition to licenses, certifications, and registrations. The selection process is very meticulous, thorough. We thorough vetted them to make sure that the staff is able to select and recommend to council the more qualified firm. Then, publicly, we provide you, City Council, with our recommendation. It is the City Council that is the only body that is able to provide consent to move forward with a contract. In 2018, the city went out for an RFPA, but we also did into 2021. The city again went out, and the response and recommendation was to give award the contract to Conshires. Due to the large number of projects that we were seeing on the Woolsey Fire, with 488 structures that we lost, it was important that there was a familiarity with Malibu and its processes, and that we remain very consistent with the review of our projects. Other item that is important to highlight is that Conshires subs with geodynamics in order to provide the city with a solid, well-rounded, experienced team of professionals. Next slide. Regarding the selection of our processes, we review the team's qualifications, such as their licenses, their education, but also previous experience. I'm sharing with you the qualifications of Conshires and geodynamics teams, the combination of professionalism and the necessary Malibu-specific experience represented a high-qualified team that successfully handle and specialize on the services that the city require. This team specifically is structured with the experienced reviewing staff, resources, and management systems to effectively serve us. The only challenge that I see, and that as you are experiencing, is our slow review processes. I need to acknowledge that staff retention in order to have more complete review is slowing the process. I also need to acknowledge that the city does not have a plan review software systems, so we concurrently review projects and do it in an efficient manner. And the workload volume has increased in the past year. Next slide. I also provide you with a breakdown of Conshire's team. Although there is some overlap, it's important to note that this contract service has a dedicated staff members that are highly qualified and are acting as the lead and performance reviewers. Every time there is an emergency or I need them, I just call them and they are always very responsive. I also would like to mention that I personally do the oversight of their contract services they perform within the scope of work. Next slide. I also wanted to share with you a list of other jurisdictions that they provide services. Not all of them are there. We have also the city of Calabasas, the city of Santa Monica, Palos Verdes and Rolling Hills, Oxnard, and Palmdale. Next slide. Regarding their operations and metrics, Over the past 2 years, the workload has increased. In addition, our development process has evolved, and largely as a result of the COVID, our jurisdiction had to adjust to an electronic way of submittal. Now we are processing most of our application online. Over the 2 years, this contract service has processed over 820 reviews and have been able to maintain an average of 15 days turnaround time for non-Woolsey Fire projects. As far as Woolsey Fire projects, they have done over 483 projects review. While this contract turnaround time, we would like to have a 10-day turnaround time, we are experiencing a very high number of revisions that come through our counters. I'm showing you the miscellaneous services and number of hours often spent assisting the city, as mentioned before, with the storm responses, landslides, sinkholes, planning commission meetings, providing technical support, not only to building, but also to the planning department, attending meetings. They also have a regular counter that are located on the environmental health counter. They're open Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 to 12. We also have by appointment only the rest of the week. Next slide. So my expectations with this amendment, the workload that they're working currently, we have 138 projects under planning, and building and safety, 323 projects that are open and in review. I know that I have met with multiple families. I have heard and I acknowledge the concern of our turnaround times, not only for the geotechnical coastal engineering projects, also for our building plan check, our environmental plan check. I'm committed to hold this contract the same as I hold any other of the contracts. I would like to implement an in-house tracking system. I would like to have more in-house hours and faster responses to make sure that our community are getting the services that they need. Next slide. And lastly, to summarize, I'm recommending council to extend the term of the original agreement for an additional year, such that the agreement will expire in June 30th of 2024. I am confident that this firm has a clear understanding of the city's unique development process. It can provide you a dedicated staff that can meet the reviews with 10 working days, in addition to provide the community with services that we require, but most of all, with the professionalism, integrity, high strong ethics, and accountability with Conshires and Geodynamics bring to our city. It's my responsibility as the same as other contract services to hold those standards for all of our contracts so we can continue to preserve a safe community. Thank you so much. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, let me know. I also have the representatives from Conshires and Associates and Geodynamic here present.
I have a couple questions before we go to public comment. Paul, you have your mic on? Did you have something?
I'm so sorry.
Okay, Steve?
I got a couple.
Go ahead.
Go first.
Okay, I'll go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the one that sent a request in, okay? And I had no intention of not renewing the contract. That was not the purpose of my comments. My comments were directed to over the last month.
Steve, just questions right now, because we have to go to
questions.
public
I'm
comment
sorry.
before comments.
No more questions. No, I got comments after.
Okay. Anybody have questions? Okay. I just have a few. First question is this a function that can be performed by a city employee? And I don't mean one that's on staff currently, but is this a function that can be employed in-house?
No.
Okay. Second, we have Civic Solutions, which provides contract planners to the planning department. Do they provide this form of service, but we just don't use it from them?
As I mentioned before, this is through an RFP. A scope of work is put out, and the different firms apply.
I understand that. I'm just asking whether they do provide this type of service and we don't use them.
I do not oversee the planning contract services.
Richard, do you know by chance?
Offhand, my only experience has been technical expertise with different general plan elements, safety elements, housing elements, and plan reviews. I'm not aware of them having an expertise level at this type of discipline, geology or coastal engineering.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, towards the end of your presentation, you twice mentioned GDI, which only came up at the very end. What's the relationship between Cotton Shires on the one hand and GDI on the other?
I have the representatives of both firms here, so I will ask them to come and respond this for you.
Okay, I don't want an advocacy or anything, just an answer to the question of what the relationship is between the two entities. That's fine, somebody can speak, but I just want to explain. Just don't explain to us why we should renew the contract, just explain the difference.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Mike Phipps. I'm with Cotton Shires and Associates. This gentleman over here is Ali Abdelhak. He is the principal and president of GDI. The quick answer is this gentleman and I, we worked together for 6 years doing this very work under Bing Yen and Associates back in basically 1998 to 2004. And we decided to team up. We bid this work together as a team, putting two firms together. The city would only allow one contract, and so we put it under Cotton Shires and Associates. We have an MOU between our two firms, so that involves shared responsibility, insurance provisions, basically everything that's in our contract also applies to them via the MOU. So we structured it so that we're one team, we bid it as one team. We even created our own sort of one team logo because we all did this together before. Lauren Doyle, Christine, Ali, myself, Chris Sexton. So it's the same team, and we've been doing this in this city, a couple of us, since 1994. So.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions before we go to public comment? Okay, we have 3 public speakers present. I don't know if there are any on Zoom, but the speakers that are present first will be Marissa Coughlin, followed by Joe Drummond, and then Kim, it looks, if I can read this writing right, Durst.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Marissa Coughlin. I'm a consulting planner, permit expediter, and typically I'm the applicant on projects through the city. I have had the pleasure of working with these two firms for decades, from the Big Rock Slide, Port of Los Angeles, other jurisdictions in the coastal zone. And I found the fact they're very responsive to anything that our consulting geologists and civil engineers and everyone submits, even from a pool removal to a new 6,000 square foot home. I really think that I'm somewhat disappointed that it's only coming under consideration for 1 year. Chris Dean alone, not to give his age away, but is the longest term professional in our city since incorporation. Their combined historical and professional expertise and memory can't be even criticized. I mean, it's unbelievable. They are tough. Yes, we get a lot of reviews, but at the end we come out with the right results. The clients understand it, the professionals understand it, and I hope that you as well will understand it and even extend it out more. They come into City Hall, individual property owners without consultants, and I'd be downstairs waiting for an appointment or a time to be spoken to. And there are people come in and they give them tons of help. You go to the planning department for this, environmental is here, go to Public Works. Not only do they give their professional expertise, but they give the cities, they give guidance as far as how you sort of go through the minefield here, which is a big minefield. So I hope that you take it into consideration to even extend it beyond the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Apologize for pronouncing your last name incorrectly. Joe?
I'm wondering if the fees can be put up from the staff report on this? That's really what I'm here to talk about, the fees that were in the report.
Let's stop the clock while the technical.
I don't believe we have a slide with the fees in the presentation.
Oh, okay.
And those fees were vetted at the fiscal year fees presentation to council also.
Yeah, I don't think Joe's referring to the presentation that was just made. I think she's referring to the staff report, some
Yeah.
document in the staff report.
Yeah, there were geotechnical fees that, like, single-family residence complex, single-family, 3,772, residence standard, 2,593.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
So can we get the page of the staff report, or is that not technologically
yeah, it's in there.
feasible?
If you give us a minute, we can.
Okay.
Do you want the next
What
speaker
page
to?
number is it?
There is not a page number on it. It's pages 1, 2, 3 of a document produced by Cotton Shires, and it's right after the page for 3B7. So.
It's Exhibit B.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have it?
Thank you, Paul. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, if they could make it a little bigger, that would be good. But
So let's restart the, restart the clock, but start the clock running again.
okay, so it says single-family residence complex, 3,772. If you move, yeah, right there. And then single-family residence standard, 2,593. Commercial multi-family guest house second unit, 3,537, and so on. And the plan check review, $825. So the geo fees for 22-23 we had asked them to be lowered, and the building plan check was $750. The complex project used to be $3,236. Standard project was $1,618, and minor project $750. I don't even see a minor project in there anymore, which, anyway, I think it's absolutely unfair that there is nothing in the geological fees for projects that should be exempt from building permits, such as sheds, decks, et cetera, under 120 square feet and no more than 30 inches above the ground. We personally spent more than $3,000 in geotechnical review fees. That is more than what is proposed here for a full-blown standard residence by almost $500 for a 64 square foot deck. We have a retaining wall at the top and bottom of our backyard. It is totally safe and structurally sound, which the geologist simply stated and it should have sufficed. It has no grading and it just sits on top of the ground, anchored properly in concrete. I've also been asked for another $1,016 for building check review, which I hope is wrong because it seems that it's lower there, which will make this the most expensive tiny 64 square foot deck in Malibu at $4,041 in geotechnical fees, plus $2,500 for my engineering study, plus $1,800 for my geologist study, plus the almost $5K it cost to build the deck. I'm almost at $14K for this deck right now, and I still see no approval in sight. So please send this item back. I did send my suggestions as directed by Mayor Pro Tem Steve Euring to the Assistant Manager and Finance Manager Renee, but it seems none have been applied here. Please reduce the geology fee for all projects under 200 square feet to a cap of $500. It is too punishing on residents to pay more than this, and these items should be fast-tracked. Oh, I think I lost 30 seconds somewhere. You can also create a sliding scale, as there are other fees with regards to total square footage. So what I wanted to really say was, if the geologist wants to charge so much money for these tiny little projects, they should actually complete the calculations. Or if the city wants, I think the city of Calabasas doesn't have any geotechnical fees, but some of these, maybe the city needs to just pay salaries for the city geologists and we don't have to pay.
Thank you, Joe. That's your time. Thank you. Okay. Kim, is it Durst? You have to go the other way.
council members. I am a 35-year-plus Malibu resident and a Woolsey Fire rebuild, and actually a very happy Woolsey Fire rebuild. I'm sure you weren't expecting that, but with Mrs. Bundy and Lauren Doyle's staff, the communication, implementation, execution, changes in our plans went pretty seamless. And we have been back in our home September of last year. So I think that the department has done very well, at least by this resident. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out to let us know that. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any hands raised on Zoom?
There are 4 raised hands. First, we'll hear from Ryan.
I wanted to say that if you could put the slide back up that said for organization, it indicates that other than the supervisors and the owners of the company, the people who are actually doing the work on the plans, it says there's 6 team members under geotechnical, and then environmental, there's 4, and coastal is 4, and other review support services, there's 6. I'm wondering if this is really 20 different people, or if some of these are the same people. And is that why we are so backlogged in that there's 323 open geotechnical projects for 480 homes that burned down? If you subtract the number that have been rebuilt, it's virtually everything is stuck in geology review. So we really do have to learn and acknowledge how did we get here. And from the presentation, it looked like we alienated a couple responsible bidders who have provided work for the city previously, including Fergo West and Layton and Associates. And if for some reason they didn't all 3 or 4 get together with Cottonshire to somehow circumvent the competitive bidding process, then we're not having as many human bodies processing the plans as could be. Now, as a city council, you could approve more than 1 bidder, but you don't have that. And you didn't have that in the previous go around. You're just renewing the same company over and over. And that's kind of where we've gotten stuck before on some other projects and things with nobody wants to bid City of Malibu because the staff jumbles and picks who they present as recommended, and we don't have the other entities bidding. Very true of film permitting contracting, same with road maintenance. We've had the same company for 20 years. It's that we don't get a response to the competitive bidding process. So this is a big problem because now we've shortchanged the public. I'll let the city attorney comment on whether this is an anti-competitive process and if the applicant as proposed is doable, but you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And obviously, if there are more people with this behind the scenes teaming up of a bidder that didn't bid, then I guess hopefully the improvement will occur. But we got stuck behind, and we need to realize how we got there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Who's next?
Next, we'll hear from Howard, followed by Melissa Solano.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I think the geotechnical services that are provided to this city are very specific to this city. And history and knowledge from these gentlemen and lady afford the city to get through the process faster. I know it's not a fast process, but I've known Christine for decades. I've known Mike Phipps for decades. Mike Phipps has actually called me on a project because he was so behind. His wife drove the car on their vacation, and Mike was doing the report and called me to tell me that he was getting it out. Chris has called me at all hours. These people are extremely dedicated, and they know our city. And I think that sometimes that gets lost in the transaction. They know what's going on with geotechnical specifically for our city in all the different forms. So I hope you guys take that into consideration, and maybe we can appreciate these guys one day because they really do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Next is Ms. Melissa Solano, followed by TKB.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Silverstein. Pardon my tardiness as I attended the U11 Malibu Little League All-Star game with my 9-year-old daughter, Izzy. Tonight, I'm coming to you with a plea to help us with what's going on with the Coastal Commission and the request to postpone the approval for the Malibu High School build-out.
Melissa, I'm sorry,
Yes.
but this is now comment on the contract for Cotton Shires. It's not public comment. We appreciate your effort, but you'll have to come next meeting at 2A and speak on that.
Okay, so there.
Thank you. Give the next speaker, please.
TKB, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute if you'd like to speak on item 3B7.
Hi, this is Tara Buren, and I just heard that you guys are postponing Melissa's comment as well as mine regarding Malibu High School and the delay. So we'll speak up at next meeting. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you. And it's not easy to say no to those kinds of comments, but we have a protocol that we need to follow. Are there any other Zoom speakers?
Those were all the raised hands.
Paul, did you have something? Well, that'll close public comment.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I want to make one clarification that that there is a difference between the rates charged to the city and the fees that are charged to applicants. We did make that, we did agree when the council adopted the last fees round that we were going to take a look at trying to simplify some of those fees when we come back. So that is definitely still on the menu for us to do. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so are you saying that the items that are listed here are just a sampling of those different fees?
No, I want to clarify that what we're seeing here, these are the rates that are charged to the city, which is different, separate and apart from how, obviously that goes into how we potentially calculate the fees and the cost to the city to provide services. But ultimately, as the council knows, council can charge for the full cost of services, or it could choose to charge a reduced amount of recognizing some public benefit there.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I forget your name, I'm sorry. Was it Mr. Phipps? Mike, could you come to the podium for a moment? One thing that has troubled me when I've looked at the geotechnical consultants is that you all provide private services to developers as well as services to municipalities. And I know most of your business is municipalities, or at least that's what it says in your on your website and other public statements. Do you have an ability to wall off the individuals who perform services for Malibu from those who perform services for private individuals? I know they're not doing it in Malibu, but do you have the ability to wall them off so that the people who are performing city services aren't also performing private services?
Let me try to, that was a compound question. First of all, we do no private work in Malibu, obviously. We'd have a conflict of interest. We actually don't do much of any private work anywhere in California. Our primary clients are municipalities, large infrastructure companies, PG&E, water districts, public works projects, Caltrans, and we do a lot of expert witness work in the legal arena. So we are actually not doing much in the way of private work. Now, our resumes certainly indicate that we have done private work. I have 36 years of experience. Ali has 40. And our company resumes show that we've done private projects in the past. I think that's beneficial because we have to, we have to be able to practice what we're also peer reviewing. Ultimately, what we're doing is peer reviewing. So, having practiced private projects, public works projects, that gives us the experience to also be able to peer review them reasonably and fairly.
Okay, thank you. My comment, that's it.
Okay.
Unless anybody else has any questions. Okay, so my comments on this is I think we're going to have to approve this renewal. I think a number of us are going to want to renew this contract, but I think we're going to have to approve the contract because we don't have any alternative at this moment in time anyway. It does trouble me that there is some work being done in the private sector by our reviewers. I mean, Doug and I at one point were proposing, and it was withdrawn, that when development is proposed, the city should have its own, not reviewer, but its own consultant who would provide the underlying report, the reports that are in this case being reviewed by the reviewers, because that would give us a neutral analysis, not a analysis that is tilted towards the party paying the fee of the consultant to explain why it is they should be able to do what they want to do. We don't have that, and it turns out even our reviewers do some private work, and I think that although that may not technically be a conflict of interest in the sense that they're not doing it in Malibu, when someone does work for a developer, when they're looking for ways to get things done, and when they're peer reviewing, they're doing it with a mindset of knowing that you can get things done as opposed to necessarily in a more objective mind frame. I'm not saying anyone's consciously doing that, and I'm not even saying it's happening, but there's an appearance of a potential problem to me. I asked about Civic Solutions because we had a hearing a few weeks ago, and I know they on their website also say that they do some private development work, but I asked our contract planner whether he does any or whether he's separated from that, and he said no. He only works on city projects, on approvals of city projects, and I think that's the way to do it if you're going to have people within your firm that are also doing private work. The other comment I have is this two companies working together does concern me. I wasn't aware. I knew there were two companies, but I didn't know there were two companies under one contract as a result of competitive bidding. Ryan says it might be monopolistic, or maybe he said anti-competitive. I think that there's an issue there with competitive bidding. I don't know what the history is of why the city didn't or couldn't approve two contracts, but it seems to me that if the city doesn't or can't approve two contracts, it's not appropriate to work around that by having one contract for two different bidders. And in fact, I can imagine where if the two weren't working together, they would have to bid against each other, and that would work to the benefit of the public. So those are my comments. I'm not going to make the motion. I assume someone else will, but are there any other comments, or is there a motion?
I got a couple comments.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I want to go back to the end. Like I said, I wrote an email then to try and get some information, and it was not intended at all to try and prevent us from renewing this contract. Okay, that was not my goal. My goal came from a couple things. One, I didn't understand the relationship of GDI, and I understand that now, and I was trying to get some information of how that worked. I was trying to figure out where Lauren Doyle sat in the model, right? Was she a Cotton Shire person? Was she a GDI person? Was she being billed at the rate so I got information and all that. And the reason those questions came up is because over the course of the last month and a half, I've been getting a number of emails from residents concerned with the performance they're getting from Lauren Doyle, okay? And I read the contract or the deliverables, and there's supposed to be a 10-day turnaround time for projects that are put. Okay, and I think you may have seen the emails I sent in. I mean, some of these things, it was a month later, and she apologized for not getting it out on time, and we've got a couple of those. And my point was just to figure out what is the responsible turnaround time. Are we monitoring that? And if not, what should we do about that? Because that's your job, not mine, all right? I just wanted to point out, I'm hearing that from residents, And if it is a recurring problem, which I don't know if it is or it isn't, someone should at least take a look at that and see what we can do to fix that. And my intention was not to do anything negative to Lauren Doyle. It was just to sort of ask some questions and see if there's something going on that we can correct. And then the second part of that, I have gotten a number of comments from people who suggest that maybe Lauren skews her opinions to deal with the development of the house versus the rules of the city, okay? Now, I can't even spell geology, so this is not my bailiwick. And my objective with that was to say, look, you know, maybe this gentleman who knows this has forgotten more about this stuff than I'll ever know. If I get these comments from somebody, maybe I can send them to him. He can take a look, and if there's no merit to them, throw them out. If there is some merit, he can have a conversation with Lauren that says, here's where there might be a problem. My objective is just to sort of smooth this process out so I'm not getting any more emails. That's my goal. I'm sorry.
And I agree with you. And just to, I've been here with the city almost 4 years, and I have the utmost respect for Lauren Doyle. I understand that there could be some frustration on the turnaround time and the way things are reviewed, but I can reassure you by my license that I personally oversee the work. I've been part of a lot of the meetings. In addition, Lauren is also not the only solely reviewer on the contract, and that was my intent, to give you a little bit more information. And I know that you didn't need that much, but I need the public to know. I want to be transparent, and anything and everything that I do, you have my word, and my word is I don't take for granted. So just want to make sure that you understand that I'm not just stating something, I am providing you with the facts.
Yolanda, I'm not trying to raise a major problem. People send me stuff, okay? And there's things that I can't answer for people, right? I don't know why it does this. So my purpose was to pass it along to somebody who does know it. If somebody decides that there's something we should do to fix it, you know what the issue is, you know how to get it fixed. If you think it's okay, you got to do that. And my hope was that if I'm getting comments to say this may not be an accurate description, let me get it to somebody who's smarter than me about this stuff, who can take a look at it and say, Steve, she's right, you're wrong, or you're right, and but you know, like I said, the fewer emails I get, the happier I am. So.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? Marianne?
No, I'd just like to make a motion to approve the contract amendment as recommended by staff.
I'll second the motion. Oh,
I think Doug won.
Okay, Doug got one.
And also, just a quick comment. I think it serves us all best if we don't use names in some of these comments. There may be, metrics that we're trying to measure and so forth, but it isn't fair to the people to put their names with it.
Any further discussion before we have a roll call?
I just want to take a minute, and during the course of the comments, Ryan said that we have been giving out paving contracts on a basic no-bid basis. I was on Public Works Commission for 16 years. I never saw less than 6 applicants, or never saw less than 3 applicants for the contract. And it was always very easy to make the choice between them because the costs were so different. And the other thing I want to say is anybody who says that the Malibu geology people are easy or working for trying to get something by anybody has never bothered reading through the reports from the applicants and their responses, and then the report back from the applicant's geologist, and then their response to that. This is not an easy process. They're not making a slippery, wonderful shoot to perfectness for people who come in with flawed reports. They are requiring that the reports be very diligently researched. Thank you.
My last comment before and I have a question of our city attorney. I hope that none of my comments were taken to be critical of the experience and abilities of any of the reviewers, because I've looked from time to time when we have our hearings, and the background is impeccable. So that I appreciate. I just do have concerns, not just here, but in all aspects of life, when someone has two different hats in two different times, that they might confuse which hat they're wearing at different times. Trevor, can you comment on this issue of two companies making a single bid for a competitive bidding contract? I'd like to understand whether we're doing anything untoward when it comes to that.
I'm not sure what the background here is, or what the conflict or issue would be, why they would prevent them from being able to participate in this manner. I'm happy to take a look into it, though.
Okay, thank you. So give a roll call, please.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you very much. Takes us to item 3B12. Which is this has to do with wireless communications. There are two public comment slips here. One is by Vanessa Garcia. The other is by Lynn Durenhelm. Vanessa, would you like a staff report before you comment? Vanessa, are you here? Yeah, I'm here. Come, step to the podium, please. Hi. And before you begin, just let us, would you like the staff to give a report on what it is you're going to comment, or you want to just launch into comment?
What do you mean a report?
It's an item on the agenda. They sometimes have information to provide that you would then be commenting on, or you're welcome to skip
no,
that.
I just wanted to address the application for a 5G T-Mobile that is happening on our street. So I am here on behalf of the residents on our street and for Mel Gibson and Ed Harris. They cannot be here. I'd like to read a little bit from Mel Gibson's letter, and then I'll touch on my personal. Mel states here, this is a personal matter to me.
Hold on one moment. Let me just interrupt. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like to get an understanding from council on whether comments on specific applications are considered to fall within the realm of an application to award a contract for services, because it's a slippery slope. You were told to address this at this item? Okay.
Yeah, there was a little misunderstanding.
Fine. I think that direction might not have been accurate, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, by the way, hi, everybody. And yay, women. So anyways, I am a stay-home mother. I'm a longtime resident on Carbon Mesa. I am a full-time 24/7 stay-home mother with 2 special needs children. It is a very big concern for me that this application for the 5G tower will be directly across from my front door, less than 40 feet. Directly across the street from me is Ed Harris, and he has also the same concern. There are many things about this. Not only does it going to affect the property value of our homes, but this is, even though, you know, this is something that is arguable, I do believe, since it also has been restricted from being close to schools, I do believe that this is a health concern. It is also going to affect our homeowners insurance because these things are known to be a fire hazard. And if this thing caught fire, it would block my exit from my home. I would not be able to exit, and this would endanger me and my children, my animals, and it could be a very, very bad situation if there's ever an earthquake or if there's high winds or a car happens to hit it. And then again, in regards to my neighbors, and thankful to Mel Gibson, he has acquired counsel. We are very passionate about this. This affects all of us. We are longtime residents. We're home. Our families are there. Our children are here on this street. And we're very concerned because it is a fact that if this electrical tower was to catch on fire, we could get electrocuted if I even tried to get a hose. And that leaves us in a very vulnerable position to wait for firemen. And this is something a lot of people do not know. And so there is a lot of concerns. And another thing too is just me personally with my children having very high sensitivities that I have to homeschool them. You know, I have to take them outside a lot to calm them down. And I'm not comfortable with having something a few feet away from us, you know, emitting radiation and EMFs and all these things that they're still arguing right now about it, but I do believe that these things are a very big concern. And I don't want to be a guinea pig. I don't want to be, you know, one of statistics a couple years from now. And so I'm asking you all as a fellow resident, as a fellow neighbor in Malibu, because it's going to start here. It's not going to end on our street. It's going to come to everybody's street.
That's your time. Thank you. Lynn?
I just want to say good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm speaking also as Vanessa, as a neighbor of all of you in Malibu. And what we're concerned with is of the greatest urgency. We have 3 5G towers in the process of construction on our street. And what I've learned in a crash course on these, what they call small cells, they bring with them, first and foremost, fire risk. And in addition, they also are going to mar the rural character that we cherish in Malibu. I've been here since the 40s. I'm a 5-decade realtor. My mother was the first realtor in Malibu. I know about property devaluation. And anyone that's in proximity to these cell towers, conservatively, are expected to receive 20% less value should they wish to sell their home. But that's not even the most important thing for us who plan to stay here and pass our properties on to our kids, is we really do worry about the fire danger following, and also the costs that we as residents, it always comes to us. We're always the losers. So after the Woolsey fire, we have seen 2 major insurers pull out of issuing any new policies in California. The real estate industry has seen massive increases in fire insurance premiums, if you can even get a policy. And if we lose our insurance, our house prices, values plummet. With cell towers in our residential areas, we are quite literally playing with fire. By having allowed these towers in residential areas, and particularly building or converting 5G, which approaches the heating threshold, our city planners have left us vulnerable to loss of life, loss of property, and loss of our treasured properties here in Malibu. Before an oversight becomes a travesty, please put this matter on your agenda so the necessary language can be added to keep cell towers out of residential. I come before you to ask you to please protect us and our properties that we call home. I thank you very much for listening to me. Goodbye.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There's one raised hand from W. Scott McCullough.
Hello, I'm back. The residents I work with, including Malibu Safe for Safe Technology, and Vanessa and Lynn, Ed, Mel, Harris, we ask you to approve the CMS contract. CMS has done a good job for the city and all the inhabitants. You need them. We need them. You heard me earlier tonight talking about document access. I'm going to accept the mayor's offer to flesh this out offline. Thank you for that opportunity. A different department, ESD, does a building plan check. for wireless facilities. They also oversee construction and inspection. We've been trying to get visibility into that process as well. It too is opaque. I'm going to bring that up offline as well. But with specific relation to the CMS contract, let me suggest that the city should consider using CMS more, not only for the application review, but also for final inspections, the last ones before a facility goes live, along with the people at ESD and their inspectors. We have found some disturbing misses by the inspectors on wireless facilities that are out there today. There are some cell sites operating in your town today that do present unacceptable ongoing fire risks. I think that CMS might help avoid that going forward. The contract before you would allow this under scope of services A to B, Roman II and V and D. So please sign that contract, use CMS more. Thank you.
Scott, before you leave, don't we already have a ordinance that doesn't allow these towers in residential areas?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't have an outright ban. We went through all of that during the ordinance process 2 years ago. That was one of the points where things just didn't get finished. And I'm very thankful that y'all have decided to take that back up again. Hopefully we'll be able to strengthen that. It is discouraged, but it is not bad.
Okay. And are these actual towers or are they facilities?
Mr. Mayor, this is not on the agenda for this item.
Well, apparently they were told to address it during this item. It would have otherwise been
It wouldn't be on the
general.
agenda either way, whether it was before or after. I mean, if you want to set it for a future.
It could have been 2A though. So I just have some questions of the public comments that were made.
If you have a brief question, yes, but it's not on the agenda, so please keep it close.
I will. I just want to understand what the situation is with these towers that were discussed tonight in public comment. Are they actual towers or are they cell sites on existing fixtures?
That's a question of terminology. People do call small cells on utility poles, towers on occasion. It's a correct term to use.
Okay. And does anyone know, this is for the staff, the towers or sites that are being addressed by the public comment tonight, was there an opportunity to publicly object to them and appeal any approval? Or are they just something that cropped up one day?
If you can give me a moment to look into that, to get you the answer of where they are in the process, I'd be glad to do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll move to approve item 3B12.
I'll second.
Any further comments? Roll call, please.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Crisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Uri?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Bridget, you can get that answer to us offline. Thank you. That takes us to 3B16, which I believe is about the GAD. Why don't we get a brief staff report before we go to comment?
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight is an item that Council requested us to bring back regarding giving an update on Broad Beach Geological Hazard Abatement District and ways for termination, actually, the assessment district. So, real quickly, I'm going to go over some of the details that are in the staff report. But in 2011, the Broad Beach GAD was formed. It was City Council at the time directed the property owners in the GAD to be the initial board members. They formed the district. They followed the procedures with the district. During that time, the GAD was proceeding forward with the design and assessments needed to do the studies to replenish the beach along Broad Beach. And they've been working closely with property owners to get to that point. They've looking at different resources to actually replenish the beach. They have gotten to position now to where they have a few options to do that. And they are close to being able to kind of move forward with that. So that's kind of a brief update. I can provide a little bit more specific questions when they come up. There was also a question on whether a assessment district can be terminated. Yes, there is a code section in the state codes that allow for assessment districts to be terminated. One of them that specifically relates to the situation. There's 4 different methods in here in the staff report. The one that most particularly kind of fits within the situation would be a specific vote from the property owners within the district to appeal for the board of directors to vote for termination. So that is an option. But from my understanding, talking to the Broad Beach GAD representatives, I believe that there's over 128 properties within there. The majority of them are in favor with it. They have quite substantial resources and funding to this point to move this forward, and are just still working out all the details and permitting process to move forward. So with that, there is an option. It's a request to the board of directors from the GAD to actually terminate. And so with that, I will be able for specific questions.
Yeah, I have a couple questions before we go to public comment. I read the report. It was unclear. What you just said is a little different than what I understood from reading reports. I just want to figure out get some clarity. I had understood from reading the report that there was an ability to terminate if there was unanimous approval to do so by the board. That was one.
Correct.
Okay. And the other I thought didn't involve the board. It was if a majority of the ownership interests by value voted to do so, that they wouldn't then need the board approval. That would just be another alternative route. Is that correct?
So from my understanding is that they would request a vote to the board of directors for termination. And so that vote would have to come from the board, or that request would have to go to the board of directors to vote to terminate.
So the board has to decide either way.
So first method is unanimous vote by the board of directors terminating. Second method is a vote by the property owners to terminate, but that initial request for a vote has got to be presented to the board of directors to actually vote.
And then they would just need a majority vote at that point as opposed to a unanimous vote?
Correct.
Of the board? Okay. And I'm assuming unanimous approval by a board is unlikely, but who knows? What would the property owners need to do to make an effort to secure the vote that some of them have expressed public interest in obtaining? Is that something the city is responsible for participating in, or is that just something privately that's done and they see whether they can get their signatures? And explain that.
So I would, based on my understanding, is that the property owners would request the Broad Beach GAD for termination. The board will take that action and actually make a determination to go forward with the vote. The city can kind of monitor and kind of see how this plays out.
Yeah, my question is though, how would the residents go about making that request? How do they get the threshold vote necessary for the request to be formally made?
I think it's just a simple request by the property owners to the board to actually request a vote.
Okay.
That's an initiative they got to take on their own to get that done. Okay.
Correct.
Paul?
I just wanted to say that it's a matter of going through the property ownerships, calling people, finding out about what their property is worth, and getting either support or denial of support from each of those people, and hopefully ending up with a majority.
Okay, thank
if
you.
that's what you want to do.
And it's a majority of the value of the properties, not a majority of the individual ownerships, correct?
Correct. It's weighted by the actual assessments placed on the properties.
Okay, are there other questions before we go to public comments?
Quick question about the assessed value, because I read it's on page 3, item number 2, 50% of the assessed value of the property in a district. Well, we had the Malibu West Homeowners Association here, and I don't know whether their valuation is based upon what's at the beach or all those homes, but if there's 250 homes at a couple $1 million apiece, that would be $500 million. You say the majority is in favor, but do we know it's a majority vote of the number of people or a majority vote of the assessed value is in favor?
Based on my understanding of talking to the representatives from the GAD, they have majority of the property owners are in favor of the project.
The assessed value property
owners. Correct.
Okay, so you're saying the two are correlated together.
It's correct.
Beyonce's house isn't in this, right? No. Just kidding.
Okay, so let's go to public comment. First is Pam Ellerson, then Mikey Pearson, Ken Ehrlich, and then I'll call others after the three speak.
Mayor Silverstein and council members. So I read the staff report. I want to make sure I've got it straight. The City Council in 2011 created an assessment district, the GAD, which has an unlimited ability to tax its members, an ever-changing array of entirely infeasible plans to accomplish its stated mission, and no oversight whatsoever. And the city can't do anything to rectify this multi-million-dollar boondoggle. Even as the GAD board is coming up with all these outlandish schemes to bring in sand truck it in, thousands of truckloads of sand coming from faraway quarries, the sand is back. The sea has taketh away, the sea giveth. The sand is back, and you'll see some pictures of that. It's unlikely that the GAD board will call for a vote on dissolution, dissolving the district on its own. Perhaps because the district has been a cash cow for many of the entities associated with it, or perhaps because its members have fallen victim to the old sunk cost fallacy. If the council truly cannot dissolve the district on its own, we ask you to use all the means at your disposal to force the GAD board to call an election, and we ask you to appoint an independent inspector to monitor that election. This has gone on too long. This is crazy. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Good evening, City Council.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Mayor, thank you. Interim City Attorney Trevor, nice to see you. City Manager Steve McCleary, friends on staff, good to see everyone. So here we are, 10 years later, when the City Council approved this, 10 years, 12 years later, $23 million later, not a grain of sand anywhere near the beach. As far as I know, it's not coming at all. It's not close. I don't think that's true. I'm sure Ken's going to speak and tell us it is, but from what we've seen, first of all, the report talks about sand coming by sea. The Coastal Commission has already said they're not going to allow that. So if they're researching that and the Coastal Commission's changing its mind, that's news on us. By truck appears to be the most likely way. That's 20,000 dump truck loads going two ways, 40,000 dump truck trips in I can't say that word, perpetuity, continually. That doesn't end. And actually that's what they're signing up for. Now I understand one reason the GAD wants to stay formed is because they can keep the rock revetments at this moment. So that is another issue. I don't have the answer for that. We were not allowed to have that at Malibu West because our septic system on the beach was in our parking lot. So they figured that it had a wall protecting it. What they didn't factor is, since there's plenty of sand there all the time, when there's a big storm, the ocean goes into our parking lot and we have to drain it back out, which potentially means we're creating a Federal Clean Water Act violation. So this is broken. This is not working. We don't see it going anywhere. We don't hear it's going anywhere. And we would like Pam said, we would really like to see a vote. We'd like to see where this is at, because this is not happening, this project, from everything we can see. Every city around us, when they had a sand source, sued to stop them from taking those dump trucks through their city because of the damage to the streets and because of the public nuisance. So think about what that's going to look to how that's going to look to the citizens of Malibu. It's not going to be pretty, even if it could happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ken?
Mr. Mayor, if it would help me, I think, and make the issues more clear to everybody and fair to the GAD, if we hear everyone and then let the GAD address them all. If you want me to speak now, I'm happy to address what's been said so far.
I'd like you to speak now, and then if anybody has questions of you, they can ask them.
Sure. There are a number of misstatements or straight inaccuracies that have been stated so far, and let me clarify them. The GAD has been around for a while, 12 years. We have every single permit necessary to move forward with our project. We're working right now on prior to issuance condition compliance with the Coastal Commission permit, and we are very close to complying with that and being done with all of that. We had hoped to implement the project in fall of 2023, only to be thwarted by delays with the bridge project at Trancas, which creates transportation inconsistencies and disconnects that prevents us from using certain lanes of PCH to allow our trucks to decelerate. So we cannot use either the lanes or Lot 12 of the Zuma Beach, the county beach, as our staging area, which we've rented in the past and plan to rent in the future. Former council member Pearson's comments are completely off base. The Coastal Commission has never, in fact, considered a ban on offshore delivery, and they actually approve of it in many sites across California. That is the favored form of delivery because it has less impacts than trucking. The reason why we couldn't develop offshore delivery at the time we got this permitted, because we didn't have a consistent sand source. Now we do, and we're pursuing one for, in fact, offshore delivery, but it will not likely be within our first 5-year tranche of sand. So we're doing trucking based upon that. Finally, it's borders on laughable that Malibu West claims that it couldn't have a revetment. We walked the beach with Malibu West representatives and Coastal Commission representatives in 2010 when the revetment was put in. They didn't want a revetment because they said it would create unsafe conditions on the beach to prevent them from going in the water to save kids and be an impediment to their lifeguard activities. So I'm happy to address all of this. I'm happy to clarify the statute, but I just want to make sure that you get empirical information. So the statute is very, very clear. I think it may have gotten a bit muddled in the translation, but with all respect, the way that the City Council enacted the GAD in 2011, the impetus for dissolving the GAD comes from the GAD homeowners. Malibu West is one of 128. The aggregate value of the homes up the canyon do not count. The value of its coastal beach clubhouse, as I'll call it, I'm probably using the wrong word, but I don't mean to, but their one parcel is part of the entire GAD of the 128. The GAD is directed and ruled by 5 board members. We have separate counsel, not me, who's a municipal law specialist. We're completely compliant with the Brown Act.
Council, your time is up. If anyone has questions after we hear all the comments, you'll get them. Oh, you have a question?
One quick question while do you need a permit from the city to start trucking all this stuff in?
No. The short answer is no, but we've involved the city because we planned on getting a temporary traffic signal at PCH in Guernsey. And there's a whole story behind that because the Caltrans Bridge project claims that the signal there now that they have a temporary permit for is to facilitate pedestrian traffic from the community across PCH. We want the signal to facilitate right turns into and left turns out of that parking lot. And we would be responsible for building the entrance and egress. So we can talk to staff. We've involved staff because of that traffic issue and want them to be part of the process.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so Hans Leitz is next, followed by Tim Bigelow. Hans left? Okay.
Good evening.
Oh, no, well, then you're on Zoom. You'll come after we get back to Zoom. Let's go with Tim Bigelow, and then we'll go to Zoom comments.
Hello, City Council. Oh, I'll get closer. Hello, City Council. How are we doing? I'm president of the Malibu West HOA, and yes, there's been some rumors out there put out that we are divided. Part of that's been by Mr. Ehrlichman, that Malibu West is divided up. We are not. I am very committed to my community. I'm very involved. I know what's going on, and we are tired of spending so much energy and time on this issue that hasn't done any steps forward to put any sand on the beach. The sand, as Pam said earlier, the ocean takes it, the ocean brings it back. We are, we're just tired of the energy, the time, the money spent, and no results. And, you know, as we see here, this is taken today. You can see the sand is back, and Mother Nature can take it and bring it back on its own. And no matter what we do, it's going to do its own thing. So as we ask you to look into this further as a community, our energy tired, we haven't, at the last meeting that they had, when these questions came up on all these things, they cut it short. All of a sudden, the president of the board had to go, and they didn't give us any of this information. We've been hearing this for 10 years, 12 years. We haven't seen any results. All this information he's thrown out here tonight, we have not seen, we have not heard. So I don't believe it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that'll take us to Zoom, so why don't we go with Hans first, and then whoever else has their hand up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. How are you?
Doing great. Good evening.
Great. Good to see you. First off, in 2016, when the Coastal Commission issued its notice to issue a permit for this, the Coastal Commission required permits from the local government authority. I emailed you a link to that document today. Mr. Ehrlich is not correct. You are supposed to issue a permit for this. That's point one. Point two, at no time has there ever been an environmental review of the traffic, of the trucks. When the city council looked at the CEQA documents 12 years ago, they looked at a project that envisioned sand coming in from the ocean, not via truck. There has never been an examination of alternatives or of management of these trucks. We're looking at 22,000 trucks the first year and a percentage of that the second year. Add them all up, we're looking at 85,000 truckloads of sand to be brought in from Fillmore via Pacific Coast Highway to our neighborhood. Mr. Ehrlich has conveniently located the transfer depot for this giant sand project, not in Broad Beach, but down the beach at Trancas Beach, in front of our houses. He's going to give us the noise. We've asked for 12 years to see the traffic management, the noise management, the sand control. We've asked to see plans, which, by the way, are also required by the Coastal Commission. As of right now, those plans have not been drawn up or submitted to the Coastal Commission. If you want to stop this project, I'm not opposed to the sand project, but if you want to stop it or see further review, all you have to do is assert the authority through the city attorney on CEQA. The CEQA study was not done. There needs to be a supplement done to account for 85,000 truckloads through Western Malibu. That has never been studied. We need to see a CEQA supplemental study. If they can't come up with that, then this project is dead. That's how to stop it. And this project requires permits from the city of Malibu. Councilman Councilman Steve is exactly right. The city of Malibu is charged with issuing a permit for this according to the terms that the Coastal Commission set in 2016. Please ask your city council to file CEQA claim against the Coastal Commission and against the Jihad for having approved this project without analyzing transportation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Hans. Do we have any other hands up?
Those are all the raised hands.
Okay, that closes public comment, takes us back to council. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, I'd love to hear his response to Hans's comments. I have Hans's letter here. It seems to be practicing law reasonably well. What's your comment on it?
We respect Mr. Letts. We respectfully disagree on every single point he just said. Number one, first and foremost, if you don't believe me or the GAD's position on these things, we invite you to work with your own city attorney. So if you believe the city attorney is independent, I urge you to focus the issues to them so that you're not hearing it from me so I can sit here and take fodder. But separate and apart from that, one of the issues in the GAD statute itself is that GADs are categorically exempt from CEQA. Not the Broad Beach GAD, GADs throughout the state. We didn't make up this law, we didn't lobby for it, it was made in the early 70s. GADs are categorically exempt from CEQA. Mr. Letts also likes to say that our transportation has never been the subject of study. That's incorrect. The State Lands Commission twice did what they call CEQA equivalent studies on our project. The Coastal Commission did its own CEQA equivalent study as part of its permitting. Transportation and noise were considered in both of those, and we have the studies to prove it. Mr. Letts is correct that there is not a final transportation management plan because the final transportation plan has not been developed because of the Trancas Bridge project and our signalization issue. So once we finalize that, the ways ingress and egress from the staging area at Lot 12, which is the closest area which we can legally stage the project, there is nowhere on Broad Beach to do it. We are happy to finalize and will finalize a transportation management plan in order to get final permitting on that. I'm happy to address any other issue, but if there are others that you mentioned or took note of, Councilmember Stewart, I'm happy to address those as well. I just have my notes, and I believe I've addressed them.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions. Is it correct, the 85,000 truckloads of sand?
No. What's correct is the 20,000. We are permitted. Let me back up to make sure that you understand the core of the numbers. The GADA has permits for 300,000 cubic yards of sand to be placed on the beach every 5 years. In years other than those 5 years, it's 75,000, subject to objective triggers. The other point to mention is that the sand that we're importing is between 3 to 5.5 times bigger grain size than the sand on the beach now. So when you hear claims that the sand is fleeting, it comes and goes, one of the purposeful functions of the project, and it was purposeful by the applicant, is to increase the grain size to keep the sand on the beach. Directly answering your question, you put 300,000 cubic yards of sand, it's 21,000 truck trips. The traffic analysis has been done, and it is not a significant amount of traffic coming from the north, turning around at our lot, at the county's lot, at lot 12, and going back and making circles. It is not significant. The 85,000 is an aggregate number that somehow Mr. Letts and others use, and he's arbitrarily picking 85 because he's using multiple either interim nourishments of 75,000 or major nourishments every 5 years of 300,000. So I don't know how he gets to the 85, but if you add up the 21,000 for the year one major nourishment, then if necessary, 75,000 cubic yards every other years, you get a number of truck trips. The entire goal is to not have that many due to sand retention on the beach.
Okay. Two more questions, and I'll turn it over to anybody else. When I look at the cost of sand and gravel, and it's been a long time since I ordered a gravel truck delivery, it's called $1,000 a trip. If you got 21,000, that's $21 million. And if it was 85,000, it'd be $85 million. I'm not doubting that you guys can raise that kind of money, but it's staggering the amount of cash that's here. Which leads me to my next question.
That was a statement more than anything else. If one of the issues that you have is making sure that this is being backed by all your residents, why wouldn't you go ahead and just put it to a vote and, you know, ratify the fact that you are at the right conclusion? It seemed to me that before you spent that kind of money, it'd be good to have everybody's ink on paper and say, we're backing this decision.
The residents have voted on this in accordance. Our GAD is subject to Prop 218. So every time we want to increase assessment, all of our residents have to vote. They voted on it in 2012. They voted on it in 2015. They voted on it in 2017. In 2017, when we be super transparent, 4 homeowners challenged the calculation of our assessment engineers in court, claiming that the assessment was not engineered correctly, so we need to go back and do it again, which we do need to do. We need to have another Prop 218 vote in order to fulfill our project. Right now, the GAD is sitting on more than $15 million in its account, and various GAD accounts. So there is a reserve, plus there is budgeting going on for getting the number correct, because you are absolutely right. Sand and gravel have gone up along with diesel fuel, so that when we hopefully, and God willing, nourish the beach in 2024, we get the cost right.
I think it would be good. I think it would be good if you, when you have your vote, you'd pass it by the city council so we can see it.
We're happy to see it. It's a completely transparent vote. It's a 45-day ballot, just so you understand the process. We put out an information packet about 8 inches thick to every single homeowner. We FedEx it. It's a 45-day open period for the homeowners to vote, change their vote however they want. Then there's a public hearing that's administered by, we have our own paid election official who's a city clerk for the Riverside County. Has nothing to do with the beach, but we pay her to make sure everything is followed, and we have separate counsel. But it's a transparent process. All of it's subject to the Brown Act, so we're happy to have city representatives involved in the process.
Not asking to be involved. I think it'd just be nice if we had a copy, that's all. And just
sure. No, we'd be more than happy to serve the packet upon whoever the city wants it.
Yeah.
And also,
serves a bad word. Just
well, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. You're right. To provide without strings. Yeah. And the other point I want to make in closing is that we are working as hard as we can for an offshore source of sand, which does minimize the environmental impacts, including all these truck trips. Thank you.
I have a couple questions for you. First of all, when do you contemplate will be the next time that there needs to be a vote to increase the funds?
Well, working backwards, the intent is our construction window is from Labor Day to Memorial Day, so we can't work during the summer. So we have to work backwards from September of 2024. It'll likely be sometime in, I would say, probably the next 6 months. It hasn't been scheduled yet. We're trying to finalize the assessments and the assessment engineering.
So sometime in the next 12 months, there'll need to be another vote?
Yes.
Okay, and will the vote to increase the
assessment.
What's the right word? Okay. Will the vote to increase the assessments be the same vote that would be necessary to dissolve a majority of the value, need to approve the increase, or is it some different vote?
I wish. The calculus is much different, and that's the basis that we were sued on. The statute says the assessed value, and that's what you were questioning Mr. DeBow on, and he's right. The formula that the GAD has chosen, we're trying to be fair to all the homeowners. Originally, it was all based on lineal feet of property frontage owned. And that had issues because a long time ago, part of our beach, we're not able to directly deposit sand at the extreme western part of our beach due to habitat issues. So we've changed the formulation based on now a Court of Appeal approved formula that includes a bunch of factors, including lineal frontage, whether you have a revetment, whether there's an improved house on the property or just a vacant lot, the level of improvements, et cetera. There's like, I think, 8 or 10 factors that go into the empirical numbers that come up, that allow you to come up with the assessment numbers.
Okay. Does the vote to increase the assessment include, at a minimum, the majority of the assessed value of the properties?
It's a different calculation. It's like apples and oranges.
Okay, so then when you have that vote, it won't indicate whether there also would have failed a vote to dissolve.
Correct. It doesn't give you that information. The statute says that you need a majority of those property owners voting in the election.
Okay, so the fact that you're going to have the fact that you've had votes on increasing the assessments doesn't really indicate that a majority of the value favors going forward, because it's a different vote altogether.
Well, I would suggest candidly, not because it's a different vote, just because it's different timing.
Different type of vote.
No, different timing.
But it's also a different type of vote. It's not a vote of the majority of the assessed value. So you don't know what the result would be if all the property owners were given the opportunity to vote to dissolve or not.
Well, every property owner, of course, is given the opportunity, and we want every property owner to vote on the assessment vote.
Yes, but the assessment increase could be approved by an entirely different body of voters than would vote to dissolve, and you might have actually have a successful dissolution vote and at the same time a successful increase vote, because they're two different votes.
I hear you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the mathematical capabilities to tell you whether that's possible or not based upon the incremental lot sizes of every one of the 128 lots.
And that's what I was trying to understand, because if you were to tell me that by necessity an approval of an increase means there wouldn't be a dissolution if we had a separate dissolution vote, then I'd say, well, then that's interesting, because that means within the next year we'll know the answer to the residents' complaint. Since it's not the same, I don't know whether that's the case, which so brings me to, what do the property owners who want a dissolution need to do physically? Like, what's the process if they want to try to get that vote necessary? What do they need to do?
They need to speak. I mean, candidly, my personal recommendation, not my clients', would be to participate in the GAD process. We have board of directors meetings regularly. The comment was that, yes, for the first time in 12 years, one of the meetings was cut short. We lost a quorum because our vice chair needed to leave and had other commitments. That doesn't happen often. Usually the meetings are 3 and 4 hours. I would say participate. And I mean, candidly, also the Malibu West has a more than $300,000 assessment deficit right now. They quit paying in 2019. So probably to at least come forth with a good faith effort to try to resolve that issue would be helpful. And I think the other homeowners would be appreciative of that as well.
If Malibu West wanted to seek dissolution, can they just go around with a petition and try to get the necessary vote and then call a formal vote?
I assume so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that that's part of the statute, but you
don't know.
We're not going to stop them.
Okay. I read somewhere, I don't remember if it was in the staff report or in a letter, it might have been a letter, that $23 million has been spent so far. It said on legal fees. Is that accurate?
No, less than a third has been spent on legal fees.
Okay,
the vast majority has been investigation and technical studies of the beach and preparing all the various applications to our 9 permitting agencies.
So $7.5 million in legal fees approximately?
Split up among 4 or 5 different firms since 2011. I wouldn't be surprised if it amalgamates to that. I haven't done the math.
Sounds like you're doing well from it, huh?
Not me. I mean, like I said, there are many other firms, many other lawyers involved.
Okay.
I just get the privilege of speaking here.
And you're doing a very good job. My last question for you is one thing you didn't address that Mr. Lates commented on and which Doug asked about, but it slipped, was the question of permits. You responded to the CEQA question. You didn't respond to the specifically why is it that there's no permit of any sort required from the city to go forward?
My understanding is that early on in the process, our first application came to the city, and the city sent it to the Coastal Commission, ceding its authority and saying that they agreed to a process whereby the Coastal Commission has the person power and capabilities of evaluating this project, and the city did not. So we tried to process our CDP through the city.
Okay. Trevor, to your knowledge, is there anything incorrect about what Mr. Ehrlich has told us regarding CEQA or city permits?
I don't know the history of what happened in 2016 here. We're well past the statute of limitations for a challenge to the original approvals. If there's an additional approval coming, there may be an additional chance to put forward some type of challenge. But that would happen when the approval comes through. Part of this is on the sands, a part of this is in the coastal jurisdiction, part of it is in the city's jurisdiction, so it may be a situation where it was consolidated to all be held by the Coastal Commission because they don't cede their jurisdiction to us.
Okay. Any questions, comments further?
Yeah, just.
After Steve.
And I'm just trying to understand. There was a comment made, I don't know if you made it or Mikey Pearson, the houses, Malibu West houses, the only ones that really are involved in a vote or evaluation to determine are the ones on the beach. Is that correct? So the houses that are up past, on the other side of PCH, don't count anywhere in terms of the concept that says, let me value all the houses and get 50. So they're out of the, okay. So
Correct.
The chances of that working is bad and none.
I'm not the Malibu West Council, but the boundaries of the GAD are set and they're recorded. There are the 128 coastal parcels from Trancas Creek to Point Lechuza.
Okay.
On the seaside of the street.
And Trevor, is it correct, the statement that said we ceded our authority for this to the Coastal Commission?
I don't know the answer to that. Richard, do you know if this project was partially in the city's jurisdiction and partially in coastals, and as a result it ended up being passed to coastal?
Because of the location of the project, yes, it took place in California state lands. I'm not certain as to what portion was in the city. We'd have to go back and look. Typically, when the city works with the Coastal Commission, and if there's a determination for a consolidated permit through the California Coastal Commission, that's usually something decided upon by the city council.
Okay, so just so I understand what you just said. So the answer is yes. We gave the authority for this thing to the Coastal Commission, and the city's got no ability to request a permit or anything from this thing when the sand keeps coming in. Is that a fair statement? It's all up to the Coastal Commission. We got nothing to say.
Correct. I can look into the history on how that happened, but yes, the Coastal Commission was the issuing body on this permit, not the city.
And that was a decision by the city council.
Then you.
I can confirm that for the council if they like. Typically, that is how that happens.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Marion, did you want to go next, or you want?
I just want to give one thing clear, Richard. You said we ceded this because it was on state lands. That would imply when they were going to take the sand from the ocean side. But now that we're talking about it all coming over land, does that not fall back within our purview because it's no longer state lands involved?
It's not a matter of where the sand is coming from. It's a matter of where the work is taking place. And the work that took place was seaward of the mean high tide line as determined by the California State Lands Commission. They're the ones that provide the city with that determination. So it's the location of the work.
Thank you.
Marion?
So my question has to do with the beach sand. So we saw some photographic evidence that there is sand on Broad Beach. Has that been a substantial change from when this was originally conceived or proposed or necessary to put the protection in?
Yes, absolutely. The sand, though, is fleeting. And what our studies, we have scientists and technical teams on the beach on a quarterly basis. So since 2009, and there's a lot of data that we've developed about the beach, the native sand grain size is between 0.15 and 0.18 on a median, and we're allowed to go up to 0.6. So what happens is when you have this light sand grains, they are more fleeting. They come and they go at will. During a big storm, you could lose 2 to 3 to 4 feet of sand overnight. With the heavier grain sand, the intent is to stay on the beach longer. So it is a true statement that the beach is, in parts, less eroded today than it was in 2010 or 2012. Other parts are equally eroded, and it has been fluctuating in the interim in between.
Trevor, I would request that when we come back for our next meeting, you have an answer to a question, if you can. And the question is this, I'm going to give just a little explanation. There was an issue with the crosswalk at the Malibu Beach Inn, because what happened was there was a consent decree and the Coastal Commission approved what would otherwise have required a CDP from Malibu. At least that was what was said, that it was approved by the Coastal Commission. The actual language of the consent decree said it's approved subject to whatever other approvals might be required, and Malibu just didn't require a permit, which in my view was required, but we dropped the ball. Hans in his letter says the approval by the Coastal Commission in this case is subject to whatever other approvals are required. Now, there may not be any other approvals that are required, or there may be an approval that's required. So the mere fact that they approved it, if they approved it subject to any other approvals necessary, doesn't answer the question that it's approved. Can you let us know whether there's any other approval beyond the Coastal Commission approval that was given that's referenced in the and any other approvals needed, such that they've dropped the ball on anything? Because if they haven't, it's not our issue. But if they have, I'd like to understand that.
Absolutely. I mean, it wouldn't be a coastal development permit, but if there's anything else, I'm happy to let the council know.
Okay, thank you. Doug, Doug was next, then Steve.
Yes. You know, I've been involved in a lot of due diligence work. And one of the things that you learn real quick is if you don't ask the right question, you'll get the right answer. When I posed the question about having a vote, you were very good in telling me that the assessment was what they were voting on. Turns out it sounds like there's two different types of votes. And while we can't, I don't think we can make you have the vote about keeping your assessment district alive or not, I would encourage you to do so that you could come back to us and be able to say, we held the vote in accordance with, now I'm looking at our page, by unanimous vote to dissolve the district by the board of directors or by a vote to dissolve by the property owners, resulting in over 50% of the assessed value of the property in the district. If you got that vote, I think that's your seal of approval to go forward for millions of dollars to be spent for sand that could wash out the sea, not to mention the impact on our city. And I would encourage you, if we don't have the authority, to do so. Get that vote. And I'd like to see it. I know the people in Malibu West and those that might not be in favor of all this would like to see it as well.
I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll join in that request, man. I understand that we don't have the legal authority to compel you to have that vote, and I would also understand why you wouldn't want to have that vote if you're not required to. But I think it would be a great sign of good faith, and it would put a lot of the public objections that we're hearing repeatedly to rest if you actually put it out to it's like a referendum, right? A vote of no confidence said, do you or don't you want us to dissolve? And if a majority of the ownership don't vote to dissolve, then the people who complain, you know, it's unfortunate they're getting something they don't want, but they're in the minority, and that's the way democracy works. Any other comments or questions? Paul, then Steve.
I'd just like to make one point. It's by over 50% of the assessed value, and because of Proposition 13 and the way our property assessments work, the most recent arrivals in the neighborhood will have the most powerful votes, and the people who've been around a long time will not. And that's not because of anything that was created by you or anybody in Malibu. That was I don't know when GADs were first formed, but that was the rule they came up with. So I think that determining what over 51% is or over 50% is may be difficult. But I mean, you're going to have to take a vote, can't be anonymous. You're going to have to look up with the tax assessor the assessed value of each of those properties and figure it out.
Sounds like a pretty easy mathematical equation, actually. Steve? Steve McClary.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Two very quick things just from staff. One, staff did pull up that it was back in 2012 that the council approved, basically giving the project to Coastal Commission. So that was done by resolution 12-46. And then the other thing that I just wanted to note, and speaking with our Public Works Director, it's our understanding that a city permit would be required if there was any trucks that were utilizing city streets for the project. That's all I have. Thank you.
Steve?
Just, the Coastal Commission, I guess, ruled on this thing went back in 2012. When's the last time the Coastal Commission took a close look at this thing? I mean, in 2012, right now we're dealing with managed retreat and all sorts of stuff. And I'm just wondering how this fits into the current Coastal Commission's view of what you should be doing along the coast.
The approval was approved in October of 2015. We are in regular contact with the Coastal Commission as we have to extend our permit on a yearly basis as well, now that we're beyond the initial period of time which we had to build by right.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
Thank you for providing answers to all our questions. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Is there a motion? Oh, there's no vote. We're just, okay.
Save it update.
So we're receiving the report. Thank you very much. And that ends the consent calendar at 9:45. Let's take a break till 5 of. Okay, we're back from recess. We're all here? Yes. That takes us to 4A. We will now hear item 4A, proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 to 24. Again, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after the staff report. I don't have any speaker cards. Is that correct?
That's correct. We don't have any in-person signups.
Okay, so the opportunity to put in your slip is now ended. So let's get a staff report, please.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, this is the fourth and hopefully final time that this is in front of you this evening. And the recommended actions will be to adopt the related resolutions, which will be adopting the budget, establishing the appropriations limit, approving the authorized positions and salary ranges, approving the Deputy Public Works Director and Engineering Tech job specifications, establishing the city's CalPERS contribution portion, and amending the personnel system rules. Quick overview, again, we'll look at the calendar, where we're at, the modifications since the May 22nd hearing, a quick review of the revenues and expenditures, where we're at with the fund balance, our personnel information, the department changes since last year's adjusted budget or the current fiscal year's adjusted budget, and general fund grant recommendations. So we are now at the adoption stage, and we first brought this to you in April with the budget workshop, and then to the Administration and Finance Committee in May, along with the general fund grants. And then we conducted the public hearing at the end of May. And again, now we're at the budget adoption stage. So the modifications since May 22nd, there have only been a few. The fund balances did lower by about 1.7 million overall. Really, this is a result of trying to develop the budget with prior year's actuals and then where we're at in the current year and kind of fluid numbers. And so we were trying to estimate our fund balances. So they're just an estimate, and the budget is an estimate and a point in time. But that said, we tried to better align it with the Q3 financials that we recently took. And then, of course, there's a bit of margin of error when you're trying to estimate. So ultimately, that resulted in a 1.7 reduction. But we're still in a very solid fund balance position. The ultimate numbers we won't know until year end, which will be later in the fall when we close the books. And then some other slight adjustments in Fund 290, the Big Rock Mesa Landslide Maintenance District. There were some assessment districts that were brought to you recently, and the most significant ones were in Fund 290, so we adjusted that to better align with prior council actions. Total revenue and expenditures are total revenues nearly 82 million. 70% of that is general fund at 57 million, and our total expenditures are 93 million, and 75% of that is the general fund at nearly $70 million. So in the general fund, our biggest revenue drivers, let me back up a second. So of our total revenue, 57 million of that is general fund. Property tax is the main driver. That's nearly $18 million or 36.7%. And then other taxes include transient occupancy taxes and sales and use taxes. Those are our major revenue drivers. The fiscal year 23-24 will be the first full year that will have the half-cent increase in the TUT that was adopted last November. And we are estimating about $2 million increase overall in our sales tax. And then, of course, our short-term rentals and TOT dollars continue, and that's seeing some moderate increases as well. And then on our total expenditures in the general fund, about 58 million. Our largest department is now public safety. That's 28% of the budget. And then management and administration, which includes the city manager's office, IT, HR, the clerk's office, that's $16 million or 27.7%. So our general fund, we just wanted to clarify that the ongoing operations are balanced. So our total ongoing revenue is 58.9 million. there's some FEMA disaster capital dollars in there as well. So we want to identify that. So the overall total revenue, general fund 57 million, but the bottom line for total ongoing revenue is the 54.9. Similarly, in the ongoing expenditures, there's some transfers in and out. So the total expenditures, while it identifies 58.2 million, there's some Woolsey settlement funds that are being used and some transfers out of 1.8 million. So that nets 54.86 million, and we're right at a balanced budget. Our fund balance reserves have continued to grow in recent years. A lot of that was due to better than expected returns or better than expected revenue growth coming out of the pandemic. You see the significant growth from 21-22 into the projected 23-24 year, although some of that is identified for capital, and that's really the top white part of your bar chart there. And then in 23-24, you kind of see that we're remaining flat, and that's because we're presenting a very balanced budget. But of course, we will see how the year progresses. So a little more detail there. We are looking at the projected 23-24 year end to end with an overall total general fund balance of 76.9 million, with 64.2 million of that being undesignated. And then, of course, as a reminder, we have 6.5 million of contingencies as well that are embedded in that designated amount. And of that 64.2 million, that's about 110% of our general fund expenditures of 58.2 million. So some personnel information. We will now have about 115 total positions. We're adding 4 additional positions, mostly in the planning department. We're adding 2 job specifications. We have set aside $225,000 for some ongoing recruitment retention efforts, and we are working through suggestions that we will be working with the council at the updated work plan on hopefully initiatives that will be supported. The COLA this year of 5.1%, that had about a 640% impact, $640,000 impact. We also added an additional placeholder, roughly estimating 5% or $764,000 in salary and benefits as a placeholder for the class and comp study. We don't know what the class and comp study impact will be, but we are setting aside some funds in case there's significant increases coming out of that. Our CalPERS rates are increasing in the 23-24 year. The classic members will be above 20% and PEPRA members will be 8%. And our total salaries and benefits are $16.74 million. The department changes, we've gone through this a few times, but the management and administration department is seeing a $1.6 million increase. That's predominantly due to the recruitment and retention efforts. So again, we put aside $225,000 for those efforts, and then the class and comp study, that's $764,000. So that's your main drivers there. And then some of the other initiatives like the grant consultant, we set aside some money for DEIB, our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging efforts. Hopefully we can do some process improvement efforts, of course, as time allows. We are adding an information systems administrator, and we have some maintenance items to do at City Hall. And then the biggest increase is in public safety. Most of this is us trying to estimate what the new sheriff contract will be with the new sheriff substation. But overall, that's about a $3.74 million increase in the public safety department over the prior year. Community services is about a $700,000 increase. It's mostly due to increased activity in recreation. Environmental sustainability, $2.2 million increase, and that's mostly due to contract increases. Adding a contract that we touched on to try to keep up with some of the workload that's coming down the road based on the planning department that increased their contract staff. Planning, $600,000 increase, that's an estimate for 3 FTE. And Public Works, a small increase, which is really spread across the different programs in the department. The general fund grant recommendations. So we initially had 22 organizations request a total of $556,000. The A&F subcommittee recommended $200,000 in funds to 20 organizations, and those are before you and included in this budget. And with that, we are requesting, or the recommended action is to adopt all 5 related resolutions, resolutions 23-30 through 23-34. That will adopt the budget, that will establish your appropriations limit, that will adopt the authorized positions, salary ranges, and job specifications. That'll approve the CalPERS contribution portion and amend the personnel systems rules. And staff is available for any questions.
Are there anybody on Zoom with their hand up?
There are no raised hands in Zoom.
Okay. Does anybody in council have any questions or comments? Marianne? Let's close. That closes public comment.
Could you explain a little bit more about the GAN appropriations limit and how that might affect any future spending we do for new facilities that we might be looking at vacant land? Does that have a correlation?
Councilmember Reagan, so the GAN appropriations limit, just backing up, is a Prop 13 era limit. So it caps basically our amount of revenue that we can spend based on growth and inflation and growth on our residents or our population. As of right now, where our calculation is, I think we had about a $5 million cushion based on our estimates, and that was in the report. But any expenditures on one-time expenses or capital-related expenses wouldn't be tied to the appropriations limit. It would really be contingent on how much money we have available for one-time expenses.
Thank you.
I had thought at one point we had asked what it would cost us if we wanted to pay off the, I don't know what you call it, the funds that we got that are tied to a park and ride. Measure R. Yeah. Do we have that answer?
Mayor Silverstein, no, it's on the list, and it's also one of those work plan items to discuss the priorities of the council and what you want staff to dig into. But that would definitely be a concerted effort to dig into that.
Okay, and we're not approving a work plan tonight? We're only doing the budget?
We are not.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Now I have a couple other questions.
With regards to the fire rebuild and the fee waivers.
That was where I was heading next.
Okay. Do we have a number of the eligible property owners that haven't rebuilt yet? Do we have a number that have submitted to planning but have not received approval?
That's my next point here.
Our department, our operations manager, Patricia Salazar, was tracking that information. We can work with you. We can work to get those numbers for you. I don't have them offhand, but we were estimating based on roughly the majority, say 80% or so, of the fire rebuilds remaining under the same ownership as of the fire and applying for a fee waiver. So we made some assumptions because we've based off of actually the Topanga fire, looking at what happened there. And then we can, we've also been tracking as well, because it's been one of the questions that comes up with finance of our liability with the applications that are in process right now with planning that have not yet been approved, but once they get to building and safety, there'll be additional fees there. So we can work to get you those numbers if it's the council's desire.
Yeah, I think that's something, that we should consider, that there are, maybe Ms. Bundy also has additional info.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we have about 40 property parcels that is still pending. They're going through the planning department. As far as the Woolsey fire on the deadline, there were 7 projects that we've been keeping an eye and working with the families to get them through the planning completed process. As of yesterday, we only had one family that was still pending moving forward. So everybody that has come in and asked for help for the fire rebuilds, that the ones that owns their property, we are helping out. And the rest of them, we are actually calling them individually to have those communications with them and see how can we help them out. But these calls have been ongoing since the beginning of May. So that is a lot of the time that is we have been spending staff time meeting and see what are the needs, so we can continue monitor those families that still need help.
And the families that aren't, the families that aren't in the mix yet, what are you hearing when you talk to them? What do they say? Are they planning to rebuild? Have they given up?
It's going to be 5 years, and a lot of them are having difficulty financially. Other ones have already lost a lot of family members, elderly family members that have passed. Some others have difficulty just going through the process and restarted their construction and planning to rebuild. So it varies, and every family has a story, and it's still very in the minds of a lot of community members.
Yeah, I just think that's something we might have to evaluate, whether we're going to stay with the deadlines that have already been imposed, or if we're going to be looking at any relief that might be available for those that are waiting for their Edison settlement or something like that. So I think that's just something we might need to consider.
Yeah, I think we need to bring that back sometime soon to decide whether, I think there was an implicit decision at one point not to extend it, but you know, we've done this work with Jackie Irwin's office to get legislation to extend the tax relief beyond 5 years because the pandemic got in the way and the Edison settlements took so long. And there's an inconsistency between fighting to get the state to do that and at the same time not extending our fee waiver relief. So I'd like to see us at least have that conversation. I was one of the advocates as a community member for doing that in the first place because the council wasn't going to do it initially. And I'm going to favor extending it. So I think we should at least bring it back for a conversation.
Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers and maybe even, I don't know if we can get into the personal stories at least of what's happening, or if we have to put the Edison settlement as something. We will have to sunset it at some point in time, but there definitely needs to, I think, maybe a little leeway here. And the only other comment I had, the grants consultant, how close are we to filling that, or any? Is that waiting on this budget, or?
No, Councilmember Reagan, so we're actually in the process of probably bringing that back to you at the next council, hopefully at the next council meeting.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
As long as we can get everything signed. So.
And just my last comment, I just want to compliment. I know this is a huge, huge endeavor, and thank you to all the staff and everybody who participates in this. And great work. And thank you very much.
Yes. So one more point. Steve McClary, I called you the other day. You know, we had a federal holiday, Juneteenth, and it's a state holiday for California, and I know that we weren't honoring it in Malibu because I actually had somebody from the city had to come out to my house and approve some kind of a permit that day. And I was surprised that we were open, although I understand why, because we don't have it as a holiday. Is this an appropriate time to discuss whether that should be included as a holiday for budget purposes, or do we need to do that as a separate specific agenda item if we're going to do it? Because I know it affects employment and days that we're spending money for.
I'm looking at the I'm looking over you, Joe. I'm trying to recall where we have our holiday calendar. I don't recall if that's part of the budget documents that we bring forward, or if that's under our personnel rules, or.
If
Kelsey?
I can help, the holidays are recognized in the Malibu Municipal Code, so ultimately the council would need to adopt an ordinance who would like to change the official holidays.
Okay. I remember you had told me that maybe the budget was the time to do it. So I wonder, could we get consensus to bring back an item at a future meeting? Because it'll be another year yet, so there's no rush, but to amend the municipal code to add that holiday. I'm not saying that the vote will be to do it, but consider whether to do it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Okay, so in a couple months, because there's no rush. We have a year.
And Mayor Silverstein, maybe if I can put a little context into that as well to give you or to give the council some consideration, but as part of our work plan efforts, we are planning on trying to bring back a number of suggestions as we're getting feedback from staff on things that might help with all of the recruitment retention efforts. A lot of that might include things like that, like a Juneteenth holiday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any further questions or comments? It's actually a federal and state, I said.
No, it's not. The state hasn't adopted.
Oh, thought I'd read it did.
Two quick comments. First off, when we talk about the fee waivers, roughly about how much per house are we talking about? Is it 10,000, 20,000, 5,000?
About $32,000 to $38,000.
Okay, all right. And then one last comment, just to put things in perspective. I think it was in November, I was on the, I sat in on A&F before I became a sworn-in council member. And the end of the year investment fund that we had was $82 million. As of May 31st, it's $101 million. And I think at the end of your budget number, end of this year, we're talking about 103. The cash management requirements could not be more powerful right now. So I know you guys are working on it. We're talking real money here. So that's all I have.
Are there any further questions or comments? All right, I'll move that we approve the budget.
I'll second.
Paul, did you want to say something?
I'll third it. I mean,
You're just getting ready to vote. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. That brings us to item 4B, collection of fees for the implementation of the California Integrated Waste Management Act. I don't have any cards, right? There won't be any?
Correct. We have not received any in-person speaker slips for this.
Okay, if you're on Zoom and you wish to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be called after the staff report. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, City Council. This evening, we're conducting the first public hearing for the collection of fees for the implementation of the California Integrated Waste Management Act within the Malibu Garbage Disposal District. Next slide, please. This is an item that we bring to you every year. This district is an area within the city where waste management services are administered by the county and provided to residents and businesses through a contract with the waste hauler. Currently, they're using Universal Waste Systems. The district also includes the limits from John Taylor Drive and Old Malibu Road. Next slide, please. This resolution authorizes the city to collect this fee and delegate the solid waste haulers to assess this fee along with the normal cost of collection services. Next slide. This resolution does not increase the amount that the residents are currently paying. It's 60 cents per single family household per month and 50 cents per cubic yard disposed per commercial sites per month, an additional of 25 cents per parcel for administrative fees. Next slide. This evening, we recommend the adoption of the resolution authorizing collection on the county tax roll of the fee for the cost of the implementing the city's sources reduction and recycling element and household hazardous waste element. And that concludes the presentation.
Are there any raised hands on Zoom?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, then that will close public comment. Are there any questions or comments at council?
I'll make a motion to adopt item 4B with staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Uri?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Norm, you were saved by 7 minutes.
7 minutes, Norm.
So that takes us to 4C, which is consideration of local coastal program amendment number 16-006, Seaview Hotel Project. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after the in-person speakers. We have a staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. At our last hearing, staff was directed to bring the council the item back, as well as the opportunity, should the council decide to accept the Coastal Commission's changes and conduct a first reading of the revised ordinance to reflect the modifications made by the Coastal Commission. Just to refresh the memory of the council, this is primarily the presentation that staff presented to you on April 24th of this year. So as a reminder, the Coastal Commission deemed this complete in March of 2022, and the Coastal Commission adopted the modified local coastal program amendment on February 8th, 2023. The Coastal Commission added additional in lieu fees as required by the Council Commission approved LCPA. There was a public benefit to be paid to the city. This has not changed. That was $800,000. And then there was also the requirement to pay the in lieu fees based on the city's local implementation plan, and that runs roughly $110,000. The Coastal Commission added an additional $1,050,000. For $800,000 was to be used, as discussed at the hearing, at that time for campgrounds for MRCA, and then another $250,000 to fund a youth camp. And once again, that was what was stated at the February Coastal Commission hearing. The modifications consist of the following. There was the addition of the addresses and assessor parcel numbers, and then also a modification to the typo in section 3.8. This is more of just a grammatical, clerical type change. It really did not change the substance. There was also some clarifying language added in the section discussing the development agreement with the city, and that the $800,000 that comes to the city is to be used for public benefits. Once again, this was more of just clarification. This was the change that has caused a concern for some members of the public as well as the city, and this is what we spoke in. I guess I'll use the word opposition to, but we did provide a written comment letter and then also spoke under public comment. It's the document, the requirement that the applicant enter into an agreement with the Coastal Commission to fund an escrow account. This would be for the $800,000 that was added to the project by the Coastal Commission, and it was up to the executive director of the Coastal Commission to essentially determine where those funds get released to. And I'll speak to this more at the end of the presentation. There was also some additional language added to the development standards for the purposes of clarification. This was more of just some cleanup to make the development standards read a bit smoother, but it did not change any of the development standards. Those remained the same. There was also additional language added to the permitted uses section for what could take place as a permitted use on these two specific parcels. And then once again, more of a clerical, grammatical issue, they once again put the assessor's parcel number and the addresses together, whereas we only listed, I want to say, the address. And they also made a change to the zoning map. And once again, the change here was to clearly depict the two parcels with the assessor's parcel number. And from talking to Coastal, the reason for assessor's parcel numbers, as I understand, was that if addresses change, these numbers would remain constant. City staff did have a conversation subsequent to our last Planning Commission meeting. As described in your agenda report that you have this evening, we did speak with the executive director of the Coastal Commission, as well as the director, the local director for the South Coast Ventura office, as well as staff from that office. Once again, and also I should say in attendance was also Mr. Gaines, a representative for the applicant. In those discussions, the city explained its concerns to the executive director, and we also inquired if there was the opportunity for the city to submit a project. And essentially what the executive director's concern is that, and paraphrasing here, that the money is to go to offset overnight accommodations. Due to I want to say that what she said was that because these were going to be luxury overnight accommodations, they wanted to have a direct impact with the opportunity to provide low-cost overnight accommodations in the same relative area. And also the concern would be that the funding go to a project that is I hate to say shovel ready, because I know that MRCA has not completed their public works plan, but it was essentially to go to a reasonably foreseeable project, something that was coming in the future that would provide accommodations at low cost in the area. But once again, staff did inquire what the concerns were also as to what would the city need to, what did we not do here? What can we do in the future? And the concern that we heard, and hope I get this correct, the city manager could jump in if I misspeak here, was that the city didn't have a program or projects on the table. They're looking for us to have something, once again, to fill that reasonable, foreseeable condition that the executive director was looking for. The Coastal Commission also explained to us that if the city wishes for additional time, we can request a 1-year extension, or up to 1 year, I should say. It would be a written letter that we would submit to Coastal Commission staff. We did follow up with Coastal Commission staff after the meeting to ask them for the specifics of this. And essentially, if the commission wanted, we would put together a letter, put a specific time period. They said that it could not exceed 1 year from August 8th of this year. So that would take us out to August 8th of 2024. This action would then end up on the July Coastal Commission hearing calendar, which would be around somewhere between the 12th and 14th of July. I don't know exactly what day they'll be processing the South Coast items. I'm available for any questions as well. Thank you.
Before we go to public comment, are there any questions? Okay, first speaker is David Kramer, and it says that David has 1 additional minute from Andrew, if Andrew is still here. I see Andrew is still here. Followed by Steve Wiseman and Jefferson Wagner.
Hi, I'm David Kramer, 35-year resident of Malibu. Malibu City Council. I am against the $800,000 that is projected to be received by the Mountain Recreation and Conservatory, MERCA, i.e. Joe Edmondson via the California Coastal Commission. They should not be the master of these funds without the Malibu City Council approval of how used. In particular, it should be stipulated in any agreement that funds should not be used for overnight camping in Ramirez Canyon, the Bluffs Park, or any other fire danger area in Malibu. Any such agreement with them should include how the project is managed by MERCA. It is nice that Malibu could be receiving $800,000 from the applicant as well as projected future tax revenues. But does Malibu really need this hotel and the potential fire hazards, traffic, MERCA, more control over Malibu? Please consider above before approving amendment number 16-006. Better to not approve. Thank you for your community service.
Thank you. Steve?
Good evening, council members. My name is Steve Wiseman, and I'm a real estate advisor consultant that has represented various property owners in Malibu over the last 15 years, including Mr. Norm Haney. There are many benefits that the Seaview Hotel project will provide the city of Malibu and its residents. Of note, the approval of the Seaview Hotel project is consistent with Malibu's mission statement, which states that Malibu gradually recycle areas of deteriorated commercial development that detract from the public benefit or deteriorate the public values of its natural, cultural, and rural resources. The approval of this project will result in the reuse and repurpose of an existing office building that represents 60% of the overall project. The removal of what's considered the #1 blight along PCH, which is the former gas station. 3, an $800,000 payment to the city to support public benefits, plus an in lieu fee of $110,000 to the city. 4, a new check valve that will allow millions of gallons of additional water to flow through to the city during the next fire. 5, expected revenue of over $1 million annually in transient occupancy tax that will allow the city to undertake projects for the residents that it can't currently afford. 6, 39 much-needed hotel rooms in the city that only has 130 hospitality rooms and welcomes approximately 15 million tourists annually. Norm has worked day and night to address your concerns, including MRCA's resolution committing to not using the funds to develop campsites at Ramirez Canyon after hearing concerns from the council members and the citizens of Malibu. Norm has dedicated over 10% of his life to this project and has worked diligently with the staff over the last 8 years to reach this moment. Thus, I ask for your support of staff's recommended action contained in the staff report for item 4C on today's City Council agenda. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Steve. Jefferson, you're up. Then Robert Gold, Bill Curtis, Fred Gaines.
Thank you, council members, and thank you for your efforts and for benefiting your community and your constituents. I appreciate the time and effort that you spend. As a viewer in the last couple of meetings, I've noticed that most of you have been doing a pretty good job of your homework. And as a former council member, I can see that you're putting your time in, and I do appreciate that very much. On Norm's Hotel, I've been a supporter of it. I walk by it every day 2 to 3 times when I head down to McDonald's for my iced tea. It's an eyesore. They do the best they can. It's in time of need of a cleanup and a pickup. The TOT, I've mentioned a couple of times, once again, reducing the need for Airbnbs in that area. A number of reasons that I support the total plan of that hotel. It's time. I think Norm has done what he can. I don't have all the details like some of the other speakers, but I'm speaking from my heart and as a local businessman. I've been in business in Malibu. It'll be 50 years this July, and I think it'll help benefit some of the small mom and pop shops in that area. And I have nothing to gain from it financially. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not a paid consultant. All I'll benefit is a clean sidewalk between me and McDonald's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jefferson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I watched the last hearing over the weekend, and yes, I do need to get a hobby, but with the greatest respect, I believe the proposition that the $800,000 is the city's money and should be either given to the city or have a veto over how it's spent is both legally and factually misplaced. LIP Section 1210 contains a formula for calculating the in lieu fee to be paid to the city when it approves the creation of luxury hotel rooms. In this case, the fee is $110,000, period. It is not $910,000 or any other amount. Any other conditions of approval, for example, additional fees or public improvements, are the results of negotiations between the applicant and the two entities that need to approve the project, the city and Coastal. The city negotiated an additional $800,000 fee in consideration for increasing the property's FAR, which was the city's prerogative, and to use those funds to public benefits, which is the mission of this council. Similarly, Coastal, who believes the formula contained in Section 1210 is woefully outdated, resulting in an in lieu fee that was significantly less than in lieu fees Coastal has recently collected, negotiated additional $800,000 for Coastal, not the city, to create lower cost accommodations. If the city wanted a larger in lieu fee under Section 1210, the city could have asked for an amendment to that section under the Seaview LCPA. The additional $800,000 is a standalone condition of approval and is being used by Coastal to further its mission. It is not a diversion of money that otherwise would have been gone to the city. After the city lost the opportunity to begin the running to receive the $4 million Crummer in lieu fee because, same as today, it could not identify a feasible project to create low-cost accommodations, and feasibility is defined in the Coastal Act as, quote, capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, social, and technological factors, unquote. The council set up an ad hoc committee, which I believe consisted of 2 council members, for outreach to Coastal because the council recognized that the city needed to improve its relationship with Coastal. Fast forward to 2 weeks ago. There was much discussion by this council on improving the city's relationship with Coastal and other agencies. There are very talented people who care greatly about the city on the city staff, including Mr. Malika and Mr. McClary, and of course the members of this council, who I am confident can help make that happen. But the relationship between Coastal and the city is a moving freight train, over 30 years in the making, and it will take time and work for that relationship to change. It would be inequitable for this project to be denied because a process which the applicant has no control over, especially when he's gone above and beyond in trying to address concerns of all the parties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill Curtis.
Hello, Council, Mayor. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening all night. I got to say that I'm going to start by thanking you because I don't know how you do it. I would make some kind of a joke and talk about how something about the cow until the cows come home. The cows went home about an hour ago. They're in bed, and you won an election, so you're still here. I appreciate what you guys do, and I know that you're really attentive to these issues. You have previously approved Norm's project for good reason, by the way. Coastal Commission did what they did after you approved the project, and I know local restaurants and stores love the customers this hotel might bring in on the 8 months that are non-season. That's all nice. I could list all the reasons why I'd like to have a nice hotel in town, but you've heard that before and you've approved the project before. I just want to give you a little reminder that you've heard a couple of times. You will still, with the approval of this project, allow for $1 million, $2 million, I'm not sure what the real figure is, of occupancy tax coming into Malibu every year. Maybe for recreational facilities for the Malibu kids, but you still bring in that other $800,000 that's negotiated to the benefit package for the zone change. You still get the $500,000 water check valve to fight the next fire, and you're getting rid of that awful blue gas station that I hate, which I really appreciate. Bravo, we've done a good thing for Malibu, all of the citizens that you serve. It's a good thing to have this hotel there, and it's a really good thing to get rid of that damn gas station. Now, that project that you previously approved for good reason hasn't changed at all. You've already heard that tonight. Let's be honest. We all have little power over the Coastal Commission, so this last painful Norm squeeze of $800,000 that Coastal is taking from him to give to the MRCA isn't coming our way. No matter what, vote yes, it's gone. Vote no, it's gone for good. This is going to be repetitive, but I want the roughly $5 million this should bring in taxes over the next 3 years. I want you to get the $800,000. We want the hotel. We want the check valve. We can't get this $800,000 even if you vote no today. And if you ask Norm to wait another year, you're going to have to talk to him next time in the hospital. I think
Bill.
He's done his job.
That's your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Please vote yes for this.
Fred, you're up. Are Louise, Tina, and Carrie Kim here? Okay, so you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Fred Gaines. I'm with the Law Office of Gaines and Stacey. I'm here today on behalf of Norm Haney and the project applicants. Thank you so much for being here at this late hour to hear this matter. And we ask that you approve the recommended action as found in the staff report. The decision in front of you today is to approve the Coastal Commission revisions to the local coastal plan amendment or not. The language cannot change. Public Resources Code 30513, Code of California Regulations 13544C says your choice, after you approve it, you send it to Coastal, Coastal sends it back, is to say yes or no. If you want to change it, you're to adopt a new LCP amendment and send it through the process again. So it's a do-over, it's a start again. That's the choice. The good news is Coastal Commission didn't change 1 inch of this project. Nothing, not a window, not a plant in the landscape plan, not the driveway, nothing. It's the exact project that was widely supported and approved by the city, which is normally what you worry about when you send these projects off to Coastal and they come back different. This one does not come back different. They did, of course, add the requirement for an additional $800,000 payment for low-cost accommodations and amenities. The language you are being asked to concur in does not mention any specific project or agency. That money's already been placed in escrow to be distributed to the MRCA as directed by the Executive Director of the Coastal Commission. One of the public letters you received states that this agreement identifies Ramirez Canyon Project as the recipient of the funds. That is not true. There is no project identified in that agreement. Ultimately, the LCP language was drafted, but there were communications between Coastal Commission and the city on whether the city had low-cost accommodation program property plan that the money could be directed to. And the city's response ultimately was to request language to be added to state that the funds would not be used for camping in high fire severity zones. We were able to get the Coastal Commission to adopt LCP language, the language that's before you tonight, that does not specifically direct the money to camping or to any specific use or to any specific agency. None of this should be a surprise. It's exactly what they did the last time a project like this went to Coastal, the Crumber project in 2015. The same escrow language, the same condition of approval, which at that time was sent back to this council and approved. So when we were deciding what to do, and they said, we're going to do the same thing we did last time that was acceptable to the city. And that's what's back in front of you today. And then that language came to you in April, and you raised the concerns about that you wanted to make sure these funds were not going to be used for camping in Ramirez Canyon, and you wanted to explore with the commission how the city could participate in the funds. And we immediately worked with staff and coastal staff and the MRCA. And we met with the with the coastal staff, which reiterated that the LCPA language, you have to vote yes or no, can't change. But that there is no project specifically identified, and that they would set up a meeting with the executive director. The MRCA, we were able to get a unanimous board resolution that states that the funds are to be used, quote, other than for development of campsites in Ramirez Canyon. If you would have asked me if I was going to be able to get, within 2 months, a resolution of their board directing them not to use this money for Ramirez Canyon, I would have given you a low probability, but we're able to do that. Those things, that's not free. So what Norm agreed to do with MRCA is to give them additional funds, not to go to Ramirez Canyon, but to pay for ranger services and maintenance personnel to service the existing MRCA amenities in Malibu, which is something that this council has asked for over and over and over again. And so we have that added benefit since your April meeting until today. This issue between the city and coastal and MRCA really has nothing to do with Norm's hotel. Norm has been caught in the middle. He has done nothing but try everything he can do to accommodate these concerns, which brings us back to the language that cannot be changed without abandoning these hotel approvals. An extension will not change that. It'll put off the decision, yes or no, on this language for months or for a year, at an extreme hardship to Norm, who's already been emptying this building. We ask that you adopt the recommended action that's found in the staff report. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Norm, you're up.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you once again, and how much I appreciate the time and energy and effort that you put in to this. The average person in Malibu has no idea the amount of time that you put into trying to do the right thing for the city. I don't have anything really new to add to what you've heard today, except I feel sorry for Bill Curtis. This project is approved, he'll lose his office, which leads me to think he really does believe in this project, or he wouldn't be before you tonight. He's also a very strong member of the Chamber of Commerce, and everything he does for the city of Malibu. Having said those things, it has been a long, long 8 years, and I think you've heard it all by now, and I appreciate your help. I hope you can vote yes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Norm. Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
There are 4 raised hands. First we will hear from Scott Dietrich.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I guess it's no secret that I am opposed to most commercial development in our city. I don't want to see Malibu turn into Newport Beach. This project that Norm has been bringing before us for, I guess, 8 years, however, does not start off with new construction. He's renewing, revitalizing an old office building and getting rid of one of the biggest eyesores that we have. I could not support the project if money was going to campsites in Ramirez Canyon, but somehow, as Mr. Gaines pointed out, Norm has managed to get a deal with Director Edmondson that puts the money that's going to go to MRCA to things that we've been really fighting for a long time. It's going to fix those gates that right now don't work, that allow coastal access, except what's happening, they don't lock at night, and so the homeless go down under people's houses, and sleep there and use the toilet and it's a mess, that's going to get fixed. There's going to be another ranger. We've made many comments that there's no people on patrol in the MRCA parks because of how their money's structured. Well, Norm made a deal and with Joe, and darn, we're going to get a ranger. And then you look at the benefit to the city, to our residents, and it's mostly financial. As pointed out long ago, it doesn't add traffic. That's amazing. So I like it for that. But you think of all the money, the TOT tax that we're going to gain is going to be great. Maybe we can actually build something on all the lots that we bought that the council was wise enough in the past to purchase. And just perhaps because we have hotel rooms, Coastal will allow us to use the short-term rentals more to our liking, more on a home sharing basis than on a business basis. So I urge you to pass this. Please don't delay it. I don't know if Norm can handle financially or mentally or physically trying to do this for another year. It's gone, it's been vetted. Please approve it tonight. Thank you.
Perfect timing, Scott. Thank you. Next.
Next is Ellen Wolf.
Good evening, honorable council members, Mayor Silverstein. I'm Ellen Wolf. I'm a longtime Malibu citizen, and I'm here representing the Ramirez Canyon Preservation Fund. We sent in a letter with many of our comments, and one of them that I really need to highlight goes to what Mr. Gaines was saying. He said the language of the LCP doesn't say that the money's to go for camping in Ramirez Canyon. Well, it might not, but the Coastal Commission staff reports clearly said so, and all the discussions that everyone has had say that's what the money is earmarked for, and what Coastal Commission is going to deem to do with it. With all due respect, the commitment of MERCA not to build campsites in Ramirez Canyon is illusory at best. The plan that MERCA has is to build campgrounds on the property that goes upslope from Ramirez Canyon up to Canaan Dune. I don't know if they consider that not in Ramirez Canyon, but I'm sure that they consider building campgrounds, meaning the parking, the trails, the bathrooms, so forth. There's a bridge involved somewhere. I'm sure that is something that they would say is not a campsite in Ramirez Canyon. So we really have to be very clear about what this accommodation by MERCA has been. Nothing has really changed since the council's first decision on this less than 60 days ago. And if the council does not take a stand against the Coastal Commission on this kind of override, it will just happen over and over again. The Coastal Commission will continue to impose its will and that of MERCA on Malibu citizens and the city of Malibu. One really important thought I'd like to leave you with is if this vote tonight were about money being donated to MERCA to develop camping at the Bluffs Park instead of Ramirez Canyon, would the decision be the same as where we're going now? Because that's what's surely coming next. There are better stewards, better partners, better plans for the city than MERCA would have for Ramirez Canyon, or for that matter, for Bluffs Park. We strongly urge that the City Council make the right decision in this matter, and please do not vote to approve the ordinance with the changes as required by the Coastal Commission. Thank you so very much for your time and for all your efforts. And as everyone pointed out, it's really an awesome thing to watch you all do your work. You do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Perfect timing as well.
Next is Rick Mullen, followed by Howard.
Good evening, Council. If the money is to be spent to be directed from this project for public benefit, it'd be better directed to the City of Malibu or to state parks. In the staff report, it says that the Coastal Commission has a strong preference for put the funds to immediate use in the general area of the city. I would say the Topanga Ranch Motel is definitely the general area of the city, and that's about as shovel-ready as you can stand and has been for many years. It's crying out for a little state money and state love. And I think money should be sent to support that type of renovation rather than a bunch of yurts in the back of the canyon. And to imply that that's ready to go, that's not the case at all. They haven't even put in an application for that. The only thing they've done on that property is a bunch of unpermitted development that had to remove when the County of Los Angeles caught on to them, their code enforcement caught on to them. You know, the problem with the MRCA is that they just create a lot of problems throughout the city of Malibu, not only for the residents, but also for their visitors. They have a horrible record of public safety, and everyone knows it. If you drive, all you got to do is drive by Winding Way East and see it's just a nightmare waiting to happen. And then listen to the helicopters flying overhead, rescuing all the people that are falling off the waterfall. I was just driving out of Paradise Cove yesterday, not yesterday, a couple days ago. And, you know, so I'm approaching the danger zone. There's cars all over the place, people getting out of their cars to go hiking. And of course, I see somebody, so I'm going south, to a couple crossing PCH as cars are coming at high speed, and they get to the center, and I've got my eye on them because I want to make sure that I avoid them. And of course, on the right-hand side, there's somebody had stopped to try and park, and the car in the right lane swerved into my lane. And luckily, I was able to swerve out of the way and not hit the two people on the left or oncoming traffic. So they ignore the rules. They have little regard for neighborhoods, and they have a horrible safety record, and diverting resources from this developer to them will only create more problems. They do not do a good job of managing the people. And this is in stark contrast to the County of Los Angeles, exemplified by Zuma Beach, the state parks as exemplified by Leo Carrillo and Malibu Creek State Park, and the national parks with the many trails and places like Paramount Ranch. And, you know, as I always say, the MRCA should be the most popular organization in the city of Malibu. That's far from it. And it's because of their actions. And giving them more money is just going to make it worse. How about the city just say to the Coastal Commission, hey, we asked for a simple zoning change. Why don't you just address the zoning change and stop trying to make things worse in the city of Malibu? Thank you very much for your service.
Thanks, Rick.
The last speaker lowered their hand, so those were all the raised hands.
All right, that'll close public comment. Brings us to council. I have opposed this in the past unless the Coastal Commission would agree that Malibu could designate where the $800,000 would be spent, or at least provide Malibu with a veto. I believe the agreement with the MRCA, I hadn't thought about the fact, as Ellen pointed out, that it's illusory because one could wordsmith through it and say it's really not an agreement to not spend it in Ramirez Canyon. But to me, the clearer alternative is it's clearly not an agreement not to spend it in Bluffs Park. So they just won't spend the money in one place we don't want them to, and they can spend it in another place we even more don't want them to. But I was pleased to read in the staff report the fact that after the meeting with the Coastal Commission had actually suggested that we could request an extension, and that they would, the language suggests, although it doesn't state explicitly, they would support, that the staff would support granting the extension, at least present it and ask for it, and would do it quickly if we got them the request promptly. That would give us time to meet more leisurely with them and see if we couldn't work out a deal. And as Paul stated earlier, to have the money go to the Topanga Motel area, Topanga Ranch, whatever it's called. But in any event, so I'd like to make a motion, I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, that we ask for an extension. We can discuss if we agree that how long the extension would be. That'll put us in the same place we were in April, without the crunch that we were put to in the last couple weeks. and doesn't kill the project. By the way, this project is not shovel ready. I understand there's not a contract yet with anyone who's going to spend $1 to develop it. I see a hand waving, but that's what Norm has represented to us. So if there's news and there's now an agreement to actually develop this property and there's millions of dollars coming in to do it, I'd like to hear that, because that is not what we'd heard when we asked that question expressly last time. So if there's an agreement, please say so. I don't want to hear about negotiations. If there's an agreement, say so.
We have an LOI contingent upon the outcome of this of the LCPA being accepted.
A letter of intent.
Correct.
Okay.
Not a fully negotiated.
It's not a contract. Okay. So as I said, excuse me, you don't get to speak unless someone wants to ask you a question. So my point is that further time to work this out isn't going to delay this project getting started. You can give you more time to develop your LOI into an agreement. That's my motion. I don't know if I'll get support for it. So let's see. Do I get a second from anyone? Okay. So who's next?
My light is on.
Go ahead, Paul.
The one thing I'd like to say is that while we have agreement from MERCA that they're not going to spend it on Ramirez, we don't have any kind of idea where they are going to spend it. And we can't control money. I think last time it was pointed out that money is a fungible good. It can be spent anywhere on anything. And I'd like us to consider what we are going to spend the money on that we get. One of the problems that neighborhoods in Malibu have been having for quite a while is resisting the advances of MERCA and the Conservancy. And we have, so far, the city of Malibu has been very frugal when it came to spending our resources to assist those neighborhoods. And I think it's time to adopt a more aggressive plan for that with the city's funds, since we are, thank God, financially stable now. And that's why I'm going to move that we vote for the recommended action. If there is a second, I'd love to hear it.
That would be the first recommended action?
First recommended action, number 1.
Oh, I guess, sorry, it would be include all three of the recommended actions. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll second that motion. I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Is there further discussion?
I'd like to just make a comment about why I seconded it. Let's be candid. Nobody's going to walk away happy with this. Norm has had to pay a tremendous amount of money. The city may not have gotten as much money as we might have gotten had Coastal let us in on the fact they wanted $133,000 per unit for subsidized camping. The people in Ramirez Canyon, Bluffs Park, nobody's going to be happy. But let's be clear about what your city council is doing. We are not passively sitting back and making this a one event and moving on to something else. We understand the problem that MERCA is causing. I think Paul is absolutely correct. We need to start supporting even more so the communities that are affected by this. We need to figure out ways to offset the damage that's being done. And it's a wake-up call for us to get more active. I think we've been taken advantage of by Coastal and MRCA. Now, this is not Norm's problem. If you go back to the Crummer property, the reason why that $4 million went to MRCA is because we didn't have a property or a project to invest the money on. That was 8 years ago. And now we have an opportunity with potentially Topanga Motel and maybe other places to start doing what we're supposed to be doing in our LCP, LIP. So yeah, this is not going to make anybody happy, but it's not Norm's problem. Let's get this problem cleaned up, and let's move on to attacking MERCA and the Coastal Commission issues about trying to tell us how to run projects in our own community. So I'm seconded for that reason. Norm's done what we asked him to do, and I don't think we can ask any more of him.
Steve or Marianne, do you have any comments?
Go first, go ahead.
I think I've been pretty vocal on my disappointment in how this all came about. I am going to go ahead and state that I hope that this will be the beginning of having these conversations so that we can establish a policy and have it in place. So if this comes up again, we already have an answer to the question, does Malibu have a project? And just look forward to working with not only our city staff, but our city staff working with Coastal Commission to create a better environment so that there is communication and an understanding that we're not against lower cost visitor accommodations, that we fully support the mission of the Coastal Commission for public access, and that we want to be good partners within this and develop programs that reflect that. Thank you.
Okay. I think I agree with pretty much what everybody has said in terms of depending upon Joe Edmiston to do the right thing. I mean, you know, I think I've learned that when you shake Joe's hand, after you shake Joe's hand, you got to count your fingers. And he has demonstrated that over and over again. When the last meeting, I asked Steve McClary and Richard when they went down and talked to the Coastal Commission to give us an idea of what we would have to do to get the money allocated to Malibu. And I think you guys asked that question. And I think the answer was you got to have a shovel-ready project ready to go. Or close, something within the reasonable amount of time. And so we're, you know, and they suggested this year extension. So my question is, we're talking about the motels down at Topanga. Does anybody have any idea when they would be ready for us to do something with? Paul?
I do. That came up during the meeting they had, the outreach meeting that I was at, and they are probably going to be continuing to do area meetings. The people from Topanga who were there were upset there hadn't been a meeting in Topanga yet, and they said, we're going to get to you, we're going to get to you. Well, they're probably going to be doing meetings throughout 2024. They still haven't picked which, they had, I think, 4 or 5 different layouts for the project, including moving the highway or not moving the highway, leaving the Topanga Ranch Motel in place and refurbishing it, or moving the highway back enough so that it can't be there. They want to take the bridge that's there, which is about 75 feet long, and replace it with a bridge that's about 240 feet long. So their design work is not done. I would guess, and I got somebody to tell me when they thought they would actually be ready to start if everything went well, and the date is 2027. There's nothing to keep us from spending money to help them get to that point. And I think that that's the kind of thing we could do that is within our bailiwick, and it would help show how committed we are to that happening. So that's one
Thanks,
of the...
Paul. Yeah, I sort of got the same story, and slightly different. And you were there at the meeting, and I wasn't, so I'm getting like secondhand stuff coming in. But apparently, there are a number of organizations that are involved in deciding what the hell is going to happen, whether it's Heal the Bay or Surfrider or
The Steelhead Group.
Everybody's got a different opinion of what they want to see done. So it just the complexity of getting to an end result is not going to be easy, and I think I agree. I don't think that's going to meet the definition of shovel-ready that we were looking for. So I don't see how the extension is going to help us. I just don't see how that serves any purpose. And I think Norm has, you know, we sent him down to negotiate with the Coastal Commission without giving him the tools to win. He didn't have a chance. Without having that shovel-ready project, wasn't going to happen. So I'm going to vote to approve it.
Can we ready to vote? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Before we do that, I need to read the title of the ordinance. That would be ordinance number 508, an ordinance of the City of Malibu amending local coastal program amendment number 16-006. It's adopted by ordinance number 491 pursuant to the conditional certification action taken by the California Coastal Commission on February 8th, 2023 in order to obtain final certification of the submitted local coastal program amendment application to amend the local coastal program land use map to revise the zoning designation from commercial general to commercial visitor serving 2, amend the local implementation plan, and to create a new Seaview Hotel overlay district with associated development standards, including the proposed floor area ratio of 0.52 for the public benefits provided by the project for 22741 and 22729 Pacific Coast Highway, Gray Granite LLC, Las Tunas Beach LLC, and Seaview Terrace LLC, and finding the action to require no further environmental review and or to be exempt from such review under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Isn't that what I said?
The motion was included all 3 recommended actions. I just need to read the ordinance itself on the first reading when it's introduced.
All right, now we're ready for roll call.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
No.
Motion carries.
We're adjourned.
All right, guys.
Well, you'll all be sorry.